Yeah, no, I quite agree. All right, Council, if we're ready, good morning, everyone, and welcome to the Committee of the Whole meeting for January 4th. We have a short in detail agenda, but a long series of attachments. So we'll call the meeting to order. Any concerns or conflicts from Council? Note that Councillor Inkster is not with us as yet. And entertain a motion to adopt our agenda. Thank you, Councillor Toft, Councillor Rowe. All in favor? Carried. I think on that note, we'll turn it over to our Chief Financial Officer, Director, Financial Services, etc., Mr. Douglas.
Thank you, Your Worship. The agenda starts with a budget survey summary. As per Section 166 of the Community Charter, Council must undertake a process of public consultation regarding the proposed financial plan before it is adopted. In Powell and Seashell here, we do several things. We plan several things throughout the year, and we start the budget process off with this survey. And it was up on our website for about 4 to 6 weeks. Went up in August and came down in September. And we published in the paper that this existed and that the public had their opportunity to be engaged with regards to the start of the budget process. And so really just a real summary of what our engagement looks like from here until the end of the budget period. We start with the budget survey. We have these open meetings to the public. We have it on Zoom as well as streaming live on YouTube, sorry. We have further along in the process, we have planned some Zoom meetings, and there's the first series of them starts next Tuesday at noon. And so next Tuesday at noon and then 7 p.m., we'll have a second Zoom meeting, just basically just introducing the budget book to the community. Then we have a further session planned in January to just talk about where we are in the budget process and give the public other tidbits with the budget process. And then, of course, we do the presentation of the 5-year financial plan later. And that's at an open meeting, and that's at a council meeting, so there can be questions taken at that point. And then any other consultation that we want to add, we can add. But, this will be the third year we've had this level of consultation. And, we still hear from the public that we didn't reach them. So, I think we do a lot. I think it's been very positive overall. So this survey is the first, tidbit to our budget process. We had very little take on the survey. We had 14 people take the survey. So statistically, you can't really rely on the results because it's a very, very low take or, people engaged in the survey. However, there are a few interesting points that, when you read through the report, the one that we were hoping, to have more input on was on question 7, and that's on page 11 of the agenda. It just sets the community's priorities as they see them. I just lost my agenda. I'm just going to go to page 11 here. yeah, so the, say the top 6 items that they had listed there were, well, obviously the water, spending, government leadership, roads and traffic, affordable housing, and accountability. So of the 14, that's what they figured was the most important. So I'll leave the rest of the survey up to the committee to review, and if they want to bring, you know, anything forward from that perspective, that's great. Is there any questions on the survey?
Anything, Council? I certainly concur with 14. It's, the comments are somewhat interesting, but I don't think we can take any broad direction from a small sample size. Okay.
Okay. So we're off to 5.2, the budget.
Sorry, Mr. Douglas, can I just, for the, those who might be attending online, but Councillor Inkster has joined us remotely, so welcome, Councillor Inkster.
Okay, so the budget book starts on page 22 of the agenda. And I just had just a few comments, and I wanted to walk through the outlay of the book and how it has been put together briefly. So the 2023 budget book is filled with a ton of financial information, and it is important that we all understand what is there and how we can use it to make the decisions at the end. And so really I'm guiding us through this process at this point to have a really good understanding of what we have and what we don't have, what we may need and what we are looking for. And so I'm just going to go to page, and I'm going to share my agenda here in a sec.
While you're doing that, Mr. Douglas, Council, I guess we'll stay with the page numbers from the electronic version. It gets conflicted because, of course, the actual budget document has its own page numbers. But if it works for everybody, let's stay with the PDF page number.
Okay, so I'm just sharing one page of the agenda for now.
Which is...
I hope this is big enough.
Page 36?
This should be page 36 of your agenda. And so the way the book is laid out is, if you look at the expenditure section, and I can make that bigger if we want to. So we've organized the book from the expenditure side more than anything else. So the general government line there, in your book, that's what we call division. Okay? And so within that division of general government, there's various departments. And so the first page you see in the section of division general government is accumulation of all the departments within the general government. And then the information that comes in behind that is the departmental information. So we break it down from this level down to the division level, then down to the department level. Okay? And so each section, you have a question? No?
Microphone's breaking up.
Oh. Okay. All right. Hang on. I hope that's better. So when you're going through the book, your first section is general government, and then you'll have probably 10 or 12 pages of departmental information that makes up general government. and then you go to the next division. And so the next division in the book would be planning and community development. In behind that is the same thing, the department's individual budgets that make up the planning and community development. And then once you're through that, you're into the next division, which is community services. So the book follows really the expense lines on this page. And this level here that we're looking at is division level. Okay, so when we'll start just by looking at general government for a second. So we won't look at these pie charts yet. So in the first section, we have general government as a division. And at the bottom of the page of that one that says general government, you see a listing of all the subsections or departments that are associated with general government. And as you can see there's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. There's 9 different sections that would be what we classify as departments. Okay. Is there any questions to the structure? Okay. And so as we go through, you'll see the detail to each one of those departments. And that's, the lowest level that we get to in reviewing the budget. Okay. Okay. So then after we've gone through all the general operating fund, we then go to the sewer operating fund. It isn't really set up as departments divisions, but it's really areas. So you have administration and you have treatment and collection, and then you have septage. So, okay, so we'll start at the top. So as we go through today, it's about information passing information about the budget, what's in there to committee. We're not necessarily looking for recommendations today to council. There's like I said, a ton of information here. But priority is here just to understand information and where to get it and to pull it out from. And if you would like additional information, please, ask a question, talk about it as a committee, and then as a committee, say, yes, we would like this additional information, and that will be provided at the next meeting.
Mr. Douglas, that's a good segue. So today you want to take us through most of the book?
As far as we've 2 days basically set aside to go through the book. That's today and next Wednesday. And so, yes, we'll go through the book for information and questions and ask of any other information you may need. And then after that, the next set of meetings, we'd be starting to look for decisions.
Right. So I guess, council, that to emphasize that this is about us getting the information each of us think we need to eventually get into the debate of, do we have increases, decreases, savings, expenditures? Those decisions come later.
Yep.
Yeah. Great. Thank you.
Okay. Okay, so the first page that I'm going to just talk a little bit about is page 29 of the agenda. And so when we talked at the last meeting, we talked about a base budget. And so what's included here is the base budget. What has gone up in the base budget? Well, we have done our best to find the increases that would be associated to hydro and natural gas. We know where fuel is, so we've had to really look at our fuel charges. Internet, all these things go up every year, so we make sure that we capture the best information we have at the time. BCGEU exempt staff increases. Solid waste increase is built into this budget. Any increases to insurance, and any other thing that's come across that we've come across and putting together what we call this base budget. Base budget is based on last year's level of service. So that's where we start. And the other thing that's been included here, if we know that there are either an increase to revenues that we're expecting, like we expect this to be a fairly busy building year, so the revenues there will be up. We know interest rates are up this year, so our interest revenue is up this year. So, so these basic adjustments to the base budget have been included already. Okay.
Just as we go through, so again, if council you want things clarified, I think the idea is to put up your hand and we'll ask for that as we're dealing with each page, I believe. Mr. Douglas, is that? Yeah.
Yes.
Okay. So this is a big page. It sort of summarizes a lot of stuff. And council, is there anything looking for? Councillor McLaughlin got highlights on that page, or?
I was just wondering if you could estimate.
Pull your microphone down.
If you could estimate what that percentage of inflationary increase is that you might have used.
Well, for the base budget, we basically would have gone online to hydro or natural gas and found out what their increases were. So we didn't use a standard cost of living increase in general. We try to dig down a little deeper and find out what the actual lifts are going to be. Where we couldn't find that, we would have used a 2%, maybe 2.5% increase.
And is that, just to follow on that, is that part of, would that be consistent with the staff increases?
The staffing increases are contractual.
Which are what sort of?
So we have a union agreement with our unionized staff, and it tells us there what the increase is going to be for 2023. Right. So that is included in the budget.
Right. And how much is that?
That's 2%.
It is 2. Okay, yeah. Thank you. Okay, anything? Could you clarify then for me, what do we consider recurring? What is required for us to consider a grant to be recurring? This is bullet 3 on the page, council.
Bullet 3, recurring grant revenue. Okay, so we have one, which is called a Small Communities Grant. It comes from the province of BC, and it comes to us uninhibited, meaning it can be spent on anything within the operation of the district. The other, sorry?
Yeah, and we're secure that is the word recurring, it's wonderful. It's somebody giving us money.
Correct.
What's not to like until Santa Claus doesn't come next year.
Yes. Yeah.
But these are for sure we're going to get them.
Correct. The other one that comes to us is traffic fine revenue. And so that's another reoccurring revenue. Mm-hmm. It may not fall under the grant, but it's kind of a grant, and it comes with limited strings attached to it. It needs to be spent in the RCMP area of operations. Mm-hmm. And so that's where the revenue source is, and that's where it's spent. Right. Okay. Another reoccurring grant we get would be what they used to call the gas tax funds. That's just over $500,000, and that gets transferred right into a reserve annually, and then council makes motions to spend that.
Right. And again, which reserve does it get transferred into?
Well, gas tax reserve, but it's got a different name as Community Works Reserve, and it will change again just because they've changed the program name.
Right.
Yeah.
Some of these are to make, I'm hoping council follows this,
Yes.
So, okay.
And I thank you for those
Yeah.
questions.
And last one for now, how does it work in budgeting with, the third last bullet point? When we budget to recruit somebody for the last 6 months of a year,
Yes.
that implies, of course, that we're gonna be paying them for all of the future year.
12 months of the next year.
So when we're being, asked perhaps to adopt, an increase in, headcount, how do you factor that into this year's budget? What assumptions are you making?
So right now, so on staff we hired last year that we had 6 months budgeted for, and they're continuing this year. They're now budgeted at 12 months.
Understood.
Okay. So if we are asking for new staff this year, that's in a section of its own. There's no new staff in the base budget. Okay, and we have the section that we'll be going through. It's called additional operating requests. And all new staff are budgeted there at 100%.
Right.
Okay, so you know what the overall cost is going to be. However, if we, approve the budget in May and we still haven't hired the person, we need to try and balance the budget, we'll usually drop that down to 6 months for 2023 and then budget 12 months in 2024.
Right. So when we're approving this budget, it's based on the assumption we're hiring them for all 12 months this year.
Well, it's giving you the information how much this person costs at a full-time rate.
Right.
We may not hire them until, if we get early approval, we'll hire them by April.
Right.
So then that would be 9 months.
Understood.
Yeah.
But we're, whatever the number's, $100 for the person.
Yes, it's at 100%.
For a year, we don't want to be approving $100 tax increase, given we're never going to hire them for the full 12 months.
Correct. You're right there, but we give you the number so you know what this person's going to cost you, or us. And then as we get going through the budget process, we'll cut it back and balance the budget by utilizing those savings from 2023.
Right. So there's a piece in there, council, that is an extra, unless if we leave the 100 in the budget for this year, we won't hire them, so there'll be some extra money in the budget for this year. But next year we'll have to use all of that for that person.
Correct.
Okay. Can I check, Councillor Inkster, just a sound check perhaps, but you're following all this okay?
I am. Can you hear me?
We can, thank you. Yeah.
You can. I had a question too, and along the lines of where you were asking your questions.
Please. Yep.
Okay, great.
You're on.
Thank you. The labor piece that was being discussed, the 2% was just clarification. That's on the labor portion of our budget when Mr. Douglas spoke to it. And I was looking at that piece as the additional it was mentioned that it was the contractual agreement that makes sense to me. I was looking for the new hires, but that will be proposed in a future sort of, I guess, decision page that we'll be receiving. And that's something that and I'll be looking closely at. But because it's sort of I'm assuming that's the flexible portion of our budget. And I hope we consider it as that. But the budgeting piece that you were just asking about was, I probably asked for more clarity on the issue of if we're not hiring until June, even if we wrap up the budget early or we wrap it up in April, May, and we're not hiring, how could we hire so quickly, right? That staff still has to go, they don't have the money yet, so they still have to go through the process of putting an ad out or whatever, hiring internally and going through the interview process. It could be a delay. So I'm hoping that our budget going forward more clearly reflects how much money we actually need for those positions. In the past, sometimes we haven't hired till September or October. So I just hope it's really clear and that we're not taxing for positions that we're not expending the funds on. That was my concern.
Yeah, like I said, we show it here at 100%, but when we get down to the final budget, we will estimate their dates of hire and budget from that forward for the current year.
But I don't think, the question is, are we taxing?
Nope.
We're only taxing for the stub, the stub
From
period.
data hire, yes. From the estimated date of
Right,
hire.
yes, of course.
Yes.
Is that okay, Councillor Inkster?
Well, yeah, thank you for the clarification. That's I think it's important that we, if we're looking at the budget closely, and that we look at issues such as that and look at our expenditures and determine that they're as exact as we can be, so that we make sure that our tax expenditures and what we go to the public to request is as low as can be. Thanks.
Thank you. Great.
Okay. Any other questions?
One page down, 180 to go. Are we on page 30 then?
I'm gonna move down to page.
Go to 31, all right.
Page 31. So this kind of outlines some of what I've already said. This is the base budget is based on a similar level of service as the previous year. Outlines contribution to reserves. So we have the Canada Community Building Fund, which is your gas tax, $529,000 that we receive. The Community Works, which goes into the Community Works Funds Reserve. We've been in 2022, we transferred 1.3 million to the General Capital Reserve. And that's that 3% cumulative that we've been doing. We transfer $8,000 into elections reserve, and that's so we build up an elections reserve over 4 years and we spend it in that 4th year. That's just to avoid a 1 year big hit. You have to up your taxes by 30 grand in 1 year. That's, some people would see that as it could be a hardship, But what we're trying to do is we try to take the peaks and valleys out of taxation and have more of a steady stream, so that, I think it's harder on the community if you're, having a big tax and then you're giving it maybe a low tax rate or a no tax rate or a negative tax increase, and then you're going up the next year to a 10%, like that. We're trying to take out the hills and valleys of the taxation when we're looking at budgeting over multi-years. You'd rather have a, more estimatable. So that's that 8 grand that we put into the elections reserve is along those lines. And then we put 75,000 into the affordable housing reserve. 2022 was the first year that we did that. So then other bullets there. I've been in number 4. I've given you the tax increases over the last couple of years that we have seen. We try and, when we talk about tax increases, in the past, we've tried to talk about so much for operations and then 3% for capital. So it's very clear to the community, what your operational tax increase is versus trying to build a capital reserve for necessary replacements.
Mr. Douglas, do you want to say more about that? Because I recall that was something implemented a few years ago, the 3%. And so what was the definition when it was first brought in? What was it?
So it was to fund depreciation. The goal was to fund the annual depreciation number. And so, I think it started in 2017. They started at 3% of taxation was earmarked for capital. And then the next year, 6% was earmarked for capital, and then 9%, and then 12%. And so it's just going up by 3% to try and capture the amount of depreciation that we expense every year. And that would be like when you're trying to do that, you're kind of thinking of asset management. This was before we had an asset management program in play. And so our best number we knew for capital replacement is depreciation. And so the idea was to start our asset management program by funding depreciation. And in the meantime, we'll start an asset management plan and planning. And so we've started asset management planning. And those would be based on future costs and timing replacement when the asset's retired or needs to be retired, where depreciation is really a depreciation number at this point.
Okay, Councillor Shepherd, please.
Actually, that answers part of my question, that the 3% reflects standard depreciation you use on infrastructure, and that's why you chose the 3% number?
Correct.
But was there also a comment?
I'm sorry, the word 3% is about $300,000. Our depreciation per year is millions.
Correct.
So
right,
we're not funding our depreciation with that 3%.
Right.
I guess that leads to my second point, is that staff comments from earlier sessions were that our capital reserve accounts are actually at a fairly low standing or rate. Or we're spending all of that money quite quickly as it comes in.
Right.
Okay, thanks.
Yes, that is correct, yeah.
So this is why I'm focusing on this, that we're not achieving what I think the original intention was, or, the intention was to build a reserve to eventually provide for an asset renewal, but we're getting sucked into, I suggest respectfully, that when the money's there, we need to buy something, so we're using it to buy something this year rather than building the fund that we do need.
Yep, but it's being used on its purpose, refurbishment, right? So we have a road program. We put $500,000 into roads every year. It's refurbishing the roads. So although some gas tax money goes to that, so does the capital reserve, right? So we are utilizing it for its purposes, yes. So, right now, we depreciate in the general operating fund about $2.5 million. And right now we're bringing in 2022, $1.3 million for capital. So you can still see we have, $1.2 million to go on the 3% lifts to get to the depreciation number. And so, the goal is to fully fund depreciation. But we're hoping by the time we're there, we'll have asset management information that will tell us better information than that.
Yes, it'll show a number much higher than our...
Much higher than the 2.5.
Yes. Councillor Bell, please.
Chair, just wondering if you can clarify what the gas tax can be used for?
Yes, I have a sheet that's on front of me, but there's various things it can be used for. But it is what I'll call somewhat restricted. It can't be used for operations. It can be used for clean air, clean water, brownfield remediation, roads, walking paths, sidewalks, things like that. Yeah.
Thank you.
But those are operating expenses.
Nope, they would be...
So it's capital.
Yeah, so if you wanted to put a new sidewalk in on a street that doesn't have a sidewalk, you can utilize those funds.
Could you use the funds to refurbish a sidewalk?
I don't, I would have to read a little bit more up on it. Like if you took out a damaged sidewalk, we're starting to head into maintenance, which is, I think they try to make it clear, we want to see a healthy community. So that means extending sidewalks to areas you don't have them, or paths or walkways. So
some might say we need to repair the sidewalk on Cowrie Street. That's a way of making a safer community, so.
Yep.
Yeah.
We just got to, there's a fine line between what
Yep,
they would
right.
see as maintenance,
Yeah.
which is on the district,
Right,
and creating more of a healthy community environment.
right.
Yep.
And I'm supporting you. I think it's important, as many of us haven't been around or are new to this, that we understand the distinction, that it's very appropriate that we can really only use the gas tax for capital items, not to, so we build something today, we better have money to maintain it in the future.
Yeah, it is, the amount of projects that it can go towards opened up a number of years ago. It used to be even further restricted. And most communities complain that, you know, it's gas tax money, why can't we use it on roads? You know, like, we want to improve our roads, and, you know, and so eventually they did open it up for that, for roads and a few other items.
Great, thank you. I'm looking at, oops, how come the hands aren't showing on my screen? Councillor Inkster. Oh, you're using your business.
Yeah, thank you. The previous question that you had asked, I would be surprised if we couldn't use that money, if in fact, we do it to rebuild a road, why we couldn't use it then on that premise to rebuild the sidewalk. But also, if we have to do a total rebuild of a sidewalk, as an example, or even a bike path that we created that needs rebuild, if people aren't using both paths and or the roads because of the condition they're in, then I'm sure a rebuild would be approved, because then people would be using those paths again in a healthy manner. So I would be really surprised if we couldn't use those funds for path rebuilds so that they're used.
Okay, thanks, Councillor Inkster. I think we'll consider that. I see some of the accounting team feverishly taking notes, so. Shall we continue on page 31? Any other questions on 31? Yeah, oh, yes, there is.
So I just wanted to comment on number 7, because there's been a couple of comments about carryover projects. So carryover or carry forward projects, you know, people, they call them all a little bit different, but they're projects that have been approved in previous years that have not been completed yet or started, that are on our books to complete, and the intention is to complete them. If there's a project there that we don't intend to embark on, maybe conditions have changed or some other thing has changed in our world, we would come to council and have that project terminated, right? Because council approved the project, council should also know it's going to be terminated, right? Mm-hmm. So it's more of a procedural thing for us. We would never, I don't think we would ever show you a list of capital and then at the end of the year, you know, take 3 of them off and say, oh, we're only carrying these ones over. You know, like it's, well, what happened to those 3? Well, staff determined we didn't need it. Well, that council approved it, they should know that they're coming off.
Or council might decide to take them off. But
absolutely.
Yeah. Councillor Shepherd, please.
Yeah, I guess that was my question. Does on those carryover projects, does council have the option not to proceed further? Or if the projects are continuing, is there an indication somewhere in the budget where that allocated capital is we know it's got to be earmarked, it must be spent, or it must be budgeted for in future budgets?
Yes, I mean, both. I think, you know, we should be looking at the carry forwards. Some are too late to change our minds, you know, because we've started. Others maybe it does make, is a lower priority. That's really our role. What are our priorities, on behalf of the district?
Thank you.
And they have been approved because they were a priority at one point.
Right.
And the money is there, and, you know.
But I think some of these are carryovers from a few years.
Yep, and it's just due to, you know, we spent some time, you know, having, adding staff to that area because we did have a number of projects, and now they're proceeding much.
But again, that's what I'm just want to make sure we're all aware. Our role is to challenge any of this. If we feel it makes sense, to change something, we should speak up. You beat me to 0.7, Mr. Douglas, but is there any questions on that? Any other questions? Because if not, the other one on 0.8 that I'd like to just highlight for council, there's an assumption implied in this that, hey, it makes sense to only do half of an increase. We know we need a $100 or $54 increase, I guess it is. We need it. But the staff is making a recommendation that we should do half this year and the other half next year. And I just highlight that by way of example, that's fundamentally what we're here to do is, one, to assess what are the costs that we're incurring. And a very separate effort is how do we choose to fund it? So do we fund it with taxation? Do we fund it with using reserves? Do we borrow money, I guess, in theory? But to me, I always like to see us separate those, that we really focus on how much are we proposing to spend from how we're going to pay for it or fund it. So Derek again has his hand up. Thank you. You're very good to have around, Councillor Toth. You're welcome. Councillor
Is that me?
Please.
Oh, okay, great.
It is you.
I wasn't sure because you changed my New Year's name to Derek there, so I wasn't sure. The earlier, Mr. Douglas mentioned that projects would come back to us if, in fact, they should be canceled, and we weren't doing them, but you know, to cancel the expenditure. But what about a piece of equipment that we purchase and/or vehicle, and then we're selling it later? Is that something that, and I don't mean 15 years later when it's worth $800. I just mean that we buy a piece of equipment and/or an expensive item for the district, and then we sell it later. Will that be a decision that comes back to us, or is that an internal decision? Because that also could include a lot of money that council would be interested in.
So the district this year has a policy on disposal. And if the disposal is under 50,000, staff can move forward to dispose of. And if the item is worth more than that, then we have to come to council for approval.
Okay, so who determines the value?
The policy, council has approved that policy.
Marketplace.
Oh, sorry. Yeah, it would be the market that would decide where, you know, where it would land.
Is that okay, Councillor Inkster?
Yeah, for now. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you. Can I, by the way, just procedurally, at the bottom of your Zoom screen, there's a raise hand icon. If you could use that, it'll help me.
I can try. I haven't been able to find it yet, so that's why I've done the visual one. So I'll try.
Great, thank you. Councillor Toth, I think I can hardly see you, but yes.
Thank you. And I guess the other half of the question to follow up from Councillor Inkster is, when we go through an asset disposal, where do those funds go? Do they go into capital reserve? Do we spend them on the replacement asset? Whatever.
They go back into the capital reserve.
For the next 20 minutes or so, I'm going to be, not really able to see Councillor Shepherd and Bell and Toth in the sunshine. So just a heads up. Mr. Douglas, here in the shadows, so you can keep going.
Okay.
Please. Let me rephrase that.
So now we're off to page 32, where this page describes just some of the lifts and some of the increases and decreases in revenues and expenditures, they are like district-wide. They're not like one account necessarily. So the RCMP area that's in one set of accounts, that their expenses have gone up by $290,000 for 2023. The staffing increases, that would be due to the people we hired, let's say, for 6 months, and we need to capture the remainder of their wages for 2023, right? They were only budgeted for 6 months in 2022. Contractual increases would be wages, so that would be due to staff.
I think it's fair. We'll get into each of these as we go through.
You bet. Yeah. As we go through the budget, you'll see where they are. Generally, you'll see, every department will have an increase in salaries and benefits throughout the whole thing, but, they add up to approximately $288,000. Yeah.
Great.
Okay, so this is really a summary as to why and what went up, where did it go up? If you have any specific questions, we can try and answer some of those. I think there was one question. So in 2023, we have a couple debts ending. So that would be for the RCMP building and the Justice building. And so you'll see those are in here. It listed here as increases and decreases. But there's no real net gain because, it's just, although you're not having a principal payment or interest payment, that's really investment in the building. So it's a capital investment. So yes, your requirement for cash is a little less, but, and so your interest will be the savings and all of that from an operational perspective.
Okay, Councillor Shepherd, please.
Just to help me understand the Justice building, there is a decrease in rent, though. We were deriving rent from that as well, and I take it that falls away when the debt is paid off.
Yeah, the way those rents were set up is to cover the cost of debt, and then once the debt expires, then the rent is reduced, right? So we will get rent, and it will be more pure rent to the district. It's not offsetting debt, and then of course they pay their portion of improvements to the building and stuff like that.
And sorry, one question connected with that. I think it's another line item here or note. Midway, decrease in actuarial debt income. Is that connected to the same thing?
So what was the word? Actuarial.
Oh, actuarial, sorry.
Yeah, so actuarial is kind of a revenue number for us. So, so I'll explain the way long-term debt works. So we borrow long-term, and we make annual payments to that long-term debt. Now, the investor doesn't want his money back, right? The investor who's invested in a 20-year mortgage wants to at least have his money there for 10 or plus years. And so what happens is our money that we make payments on goes into an investment account. And so over the years, our investments grow, and they invest that money. And so the kickback to us is what they call an actuarial adjustment. So we make full payment, and then we get actually a credit towards our debt of that actuarial adjustment. It's not cash to us. Yeah.
You've got that, do you? Yeah. I think we maybe that's worth in the fullness of time, a little more clarity, because.
Yep.
Yeah.
Yep. Just know that when we pay debt, we're not, our for the first 10 years, it's usually going into investment account, which MFA invests for us, right? And at the end of 10 years, they take our payments and pay back the investors. And then then this is all behind the scenes, right, for us. We don't, we didn't ask for it. This is their program, right? It's attached to the debt. Correct, and the RCMP building, right? Right.
Separate, that the WRC debt will be a separate.
Yeah, and for that one there'll also be an actuarial adjustment for the WRC. Yeah.
Okay, we'll come to that one. I want to come back. The rent is, did I hear you correctly? The rent on the Justice and RCMP building is linked to the debt?
The original lease was linked to the debt, yes.
So it's not a market rent?
I would have said the first 20 years is a higher than market rent.
Okay.
And then after that, it becomes a lower than market rent.
Why?
Well, the way I read the agreement is, the original leases were set up to cover the cost of the debt for sure. So it's if you look at it from our perspective, we put the building up, we took the debt out, but it didn't cost us anything over the 20 years.
Because they paid extra.
Correct. Right. So we could have taken out a 30-year loan and it would have cost them less. And once again, it wouldn't have cost us anything. Right. That's kind of,
yeah.
But we took a I think those were 20-year debts. I'm pretty sure they were.
So, yeah.
So it cost them, more than 20, 25, 30 years, so once the debt's expired.
You're saying they prepaid their
kind of, yes,
term rent.
That's the idea. And it's right in the agreement that after the debt's paid off, their rent drops to this.
So I pay a rent, one or 12 months rent today. I am actually paying rent for the next 11 months, even though I don't show it coming out of my bank account every month.
Right. The other route for us would have been to have a cost to the district, right? Mm-hmm. And say, okay, well, we want a 40-year rent agreement where you're paying, this amount, and then we take, then it would have cost us a little bit more on the, the exchange from debt to lease payment. But then our lease payment would have stayed high beyond the debt. You know what I mean? Mm-hmm. So it's kind of I think most municipalities can't afford it to put up a building and take a cost on. So what they do is they build it into the lease where you're paying the lease rate, it's got to cover the debt plus operating costs. Then after the fact, we'll reduce.
I guess the irony in this is that because it's for the police, substantially for the police, we're paying for it anyways.
Yes.
Councillor Bell?
Yeah, that was the
okay.
question actually I had as well.
Okay, yeah. So we can charge ourselves as much rent and it's income on one side and expense on the other.
Yep.
Wonderful. Okay. Great. Page 33.
Page 33, moving on.
All right, Council? Yeah. Before you get into it, I want to talk about page 33. And Council, I want to draw, because this is one where I have real concerns about, I think we need to have a different presentation for us to make the best decisions. The numbers, I agree with the numbers in total, but I would like to see revenue, less expenses, as I said some minutes ago, without any transfers from reserves. I would like to see the real total costs that we are incurring in operating the district. And then we, as a second line or a line underneath, what are staff's recommendations and how we are going to pay for it. And in that, I would also want to see amortization included in the expenses. Because it is a proxy, as I said, and to some of you, it's a proxy for the cost of using the asset. That's my request for us as we go through this, to keep that in mind. We've got a tax to recover the real cost of operating the district. Please.
Can finance not generate that sort of summary statement?
Yeah. And they do in many of the detailed reports.
Yeah.
So I'm just flagging here, we have a much bigger deficit, the way I think of it, than $700,000. And we're choosing to fund some of it from reserves and sort of from capital.
Yeah, that 3% is going towards that.
It helps.
Your number that you're seeing as a deficit.
Right.
Yeah.
But I would see that deficit as probably closer to, $4 million. Because I wouldn't take I don't want to see the transfers from reserves, or for that matter, to reserves. Those are decisions that are made, that are separate from how much are we spending on a particular department.
Right. So the transfers right now to reserves, though, are only the ones that are restricted in their use. Mm-hmm. Right.
So I'm just asking that they be below that line.
Right. And in the bigger statement, they are below the line. And so, anyway, so we start the process here in its easiest form to understand: revenue minus expenses, minus reserves, transfers to reserves. You're looking at starting as a deficit of $784,000.
Without including amortization.
No amortization, without amortization.
I don't agree with that.
Nope, and that's fine.
Yeah.
But remember, we're funding $1.3 million of that amortization.
Which it will come to.
Which we'll come to, right? So there's many little overlaying factors we need to talk about as we go through. Mm-hmm. So this is kind of in the most simplest form, just so council kind of sees where we're at. The next one is a summary of debt that's on our books in 2023. So we have, like I said, some debt ending in 2022. So we're down to 2 short-term debts in the general operating fund of $11,900 and $153,206. We know that we'll be adding to that $3 million for the operations center. We haven't borrowed that yet. It will likely happen in November. And so then, for next year's budget, you'll know that there'll be a new number there that will include $3 million.
We won't need to borrow until November of 2023.
Correct.
Oh, cool.
But, so that's the long-term portion.
Right.
So we do have a construction loan through MFA as well, and we are into that now, by just under $1 million.
Yeah. Okay. No, that's fine.
Yeah.
Don't worry.
So we've taken on a construction loan, which we're allowed to do, and we have a bylaw for that.
Yeah.
Yep.
Why would it be? Is November is because that's after?
So MFA has 2 releases of long-term debt every year. One is in February, March, and the other one is in October, November. I don't think we'll be finished the building by the March, January, February, March. So we'll just carry the construction loan till November, and we'll borrow long-term. Okay, so we go to the next page, and this is our first look at numbers with regards to our reserves. And so we talked about at the last meeting, statutory and non-statutory reserves. Statutory reserves, just a reminder, that these are accumulated for a specific purpose and they are under a bylaw. The non-statutory reserves are really accumulation of surplus. They can go with a motion of council. They can be utilized for a different purpose without penalty. The idea behind non-statutory reserves is council at some point had an idea that they wanted to accumulate money for, and they made motion to start a non-statutory reserve and to start putting some money into it. And so the top portion there, the statutory reserves, equal $2.9 million. And you can see that, the gas tax money, we get about $500,000 in every year. And we spend most of that every year. So at the end of December 2022, we're estimating in that one reserve about $300,000 to be left. And that's after, all intended expenditures in 2022. So is there any one in particular there that the council has an interest in talking about?
I think it's fair to say that, like, some of these smaller amounts, we could clean them up, as it were, with a change to a bylaw.
Yep. Yes, both. I think that we need to have at least one bylaw for the sewer fund reserve under a bylaw.
Yes.
And yeah, there's some small amounts here. We have been trying to use, as you can see, there's some accounts that have zero there, or some reserves, and we have been working towards trying to clean up ones that were fairly small over the years that we could utilize for a reason. And so let's say the building reserve there had $60,000 in it, and we're using it for some improvements to this building in 2022.
I was actually referencing the statutory reserve, so
okay,
that we could house clean a few of those things, or I'm sure we could find some equipment to buy for $275.
Yep. So what has happened there is we used to put money annually into that reserve, but we've decided that we're going to just use it out of the general reserve rather than have a special reserve for equipment. So yes, we can clean some of those out.
Does council understand what the Community Forest Legacy Fund is? I'm seeing at least one negative, so maybe, not sure. Not to put you too much on the spot.
I'm here to try and answer all your questions. It's about information. So the district owns a community forest company, and it falls trees, and it makes money for the district. Out of the money the district receives, the idea is that we split the money right away. 50% of it goes out into community grants within the year, and the other 50% goes into this reserve here that is being held for a larger community project. So we're trying to take half the money and build up this reserve, and at some point it'll reach a number that, council or the community will say, we really want to have this, and there'll be enough money there, and council will make the motion to, let's do this community project. So that's kind of how our money is split from the community forest. The community forest board recommends the grant amounts for the year. So if they know they're giving us $500,000, they'll come up, they'll give us a check, and they'll give us a letter or a report where they would like to see half that money go to, because they have a granting program that they built into the community forest.
Please, Councillor Shepherd.
Sorry, what type of community project is the intention, the fund being built up for? Are there any examples, or?
Well, okay, so...
Anybody want to, Councillor Toff, would you like to? Oh, Councillor Rowe enters the fray.
So this is something that we sort of, through the chair, didn't battle, but it would come up in discussion every now and then, is that we really, I think last council, some of us wanted to do some consultation and provide some, perhaps guidance around what that money, what kind of project, that money could potentially be, used for. So that's why kind of we chuckle, because, there was always something bigger that got in the way of that, but I think that, is something, I think that the community forest, is looking for, as well as some, knowing that there's a future for that money. My other point was just to Director Douglas, there's also the dividend we receive, right? That has a different.
Correct.
Which is separate from that money.
Correct.
And that's always about 25?
25,000.
Right.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yes, and that just is put into, revenues for the current year.
Yeah. Short of that, the Legacy Fund Reserve Unknown Project, the granting program has granted some amazing projects in the community as well.
For smaller amounts.
For smaller amounts, yeah. But that's kind of
No, it's a wonderful, I mean, it's, the whole program has been extraordinarily successful since it was set up. And also, I know the community forest would want us to say they manage the forest. They don't just cut trees, and they do a lot of community work and outreach. I see Councillor Inkster's hand is up. He's found the icon. Maybe we'll let you have your, Councillor Inkster, what would you like to speak to? Please.
Yeah, thanks. I this has been around for a long time, the community forest. I'm glad you mentioned the management of the forest that they do, that statutorily they have to do, but that we encourage through our public processes. But the amount that they give to us, not only the community granting piece, but the piece we hold on to, being the one that started arguing for that very vehemently in, I think, 2015, and finally do it in 2016, I think. I'd love to see this large amount there, and I look forward to a project coming forward that the community and the council can decide over the next number of years. Hopefully it's a large project that we can fund totally from the community forest, and we don't tax for it. And of course, we'll recognize all the people that were involved, I'm assuming. But I think it's great to see, because I started asking for this and talking about it in 2015, and there's the result. So I'm glad to see that amount there that we can use for a community project.
100% agree. Thanks. Now you can find the icon that says lower your hand. Okay, so just to wrap that up, the community forest itself still has funds which are captured in another part of our financial statements. So they do a bit of granting as well, I believe.
We hold all the funds in this reserve
in this reserve.
Yes.
But in their financials, I think they have their own chunk.
Well, all the grants flow through the district, not through the community forest.
Do they?
Right. Okay. So it's supposed to be set up, and it's set up as like a feel-good, not only for the board, but for council. It's council's corporation, and it's giving grants to the community, so it's involved in giving out the grants. Council actually makes a motion recommending the grants that the community forest has recommended.
Okay, I wasn't aware of that change. I thought they were still doing their own granting as well, but
they may do some very small level of granting, but I think it's very limited. Yeah.
Okay, thanks. Councillor Bell and then Councillor Toth.
Question in regards to the Corpus Bay Government Wharf. Do we own that entirely? The Government Wharf? Is it what is that? I know where it is.
So the Corpus Bay, we are the authority to operate the Corpus Bay Wharf. The federal government is looking to divest of it, and there will be a report coming to council soon about that. But it comes with some obligations that we have to discuss. So yes, so we're basically the harbor authority as a council, and we have staff that collect the revenues and set up boats to come in and park there and things like that.
So depending on what the feds say, this could become a bigger expense for us?
Yes, and it should become bigger revenue as well, but that's, something we have to talk through.
Okay,
Yeah.
thank you.
Yeah.
But in terms of the reserves, this is just a little bit of money at the moment that
Yeah,
could be used if we needed it.
Yep, and technically every year, if we have profits there or we throw surplus at the Porpoise Bay dock and parking lot, because we combine them together as a revenue source and stream, we take the excess, so the surplus, and we put it into this reserve. I mean, the little amount that we have in this reserve wouldn't replace a piling, so it's it's got its own set of issues if we're going to take that on.
We'll move along for now.
Thank you.
Thanks. Councillor Toth said he did not have something. Oh, he does have something to say. All right, he's got a new one. Good.
Thank you. Just in looking at the airport reserve, I am assuming that this reserve includes some of the logging operations that were done around the runway.
Right. Proceeds from logging.
The proceeds from the logging, but I just look for confirmation on that, because I didn't know we had done the logging, because there had been a number of issues that were delaying it, so.
It's not in there. Okay, so we have not done the logging yet around the airport. The airport this has not been logged. It's going out to RFP. It might even be out now. It's going on in January. So we were waiting on all the approvals, and so, so there's no funds in here from the logging as far as I know.
And so when it is logged, the proceeds will go into this fund and then we'll use them for the airport lighting?
No, the lighting has been funded.
Good.
Separately. You'll find those a carryover project for the airport master plan, of which is being partly funded from the tree removal. And the remainder,
Funded by reserves.
and if it's still a priority, the remainder would then end up into the reserve.
Right. Yeah, great. Thanks. Councillor Rowe has a question. Wow.
Listen, you don't want me to start. Through the chair, every year I need the development fee equalization reserve explained to me.
Okay.
And for my lack of trying, I cannot remember what SCIF stands for, SCIF, that small 22,000 reserve.
Okay, so the fee equalization reserve. So in planning and development and engineering, I would say that department sees the biggest wave of revenues, because we'll have a lot of subdivisions one year, and then next year we may have quite a bit less, or other developments. And so what we do is we budget for a certain amount of revenue, and if we exceed that revenue, we take the difference and we put it into this fee equalization reserve, because we know that it's not always on a trajectory of increase. So then, if we know development is coming down, and subdivisions are coming down, we'll then support the revenue from this reserve back into the general operating fund in years of down, right? So we collect money when we're having good years, and we push money back into the general operating fund in slower years. But it includes both subdivision servicing fees, building inspection fees, and fees for development.
Okay. This is on the point I was making earlier, that essentially I want to see each year what in this example, the development department is doing. And then we can see how we're mitigating the downtimes by drawing against the reserve. But we know this particular year is whatever you want to call it, a bad year, but that's fine. We got a reserve for it.
Yes.
Next year, we had a good year, and we put some money into the reserves.
Well, once again, is trying to get rid of those waves of taxation, right? This is what this is all about, is trying to, you want as flat a plane for taxation increases as possible. And so this helps that, right?
With respect, that's an assumption.
Yep. But
It's born out of years of experience. I appreciate
correct.
that.
Yeah.
And my alter ego is reminding me, SCIF stands for, anybody know? Sunshine Coast Infrastructure Fund. Say that again, please. Great. Yeah, that's a good idea. Yeah. Oh, now they have no hands. They can't. Yeah, Darren, the answer is it's Small Community Investment Fund. Great. Okay. And, okay, and I'm going to pretend, did you put your hand down before and it's back up, Councillor Inkster? It is, please, and you're on.
So I believe you asked about the development, money coming in from development and the changes that may happen from year to year. Just quickly, in 2006-07, there was a windfall because of the development that occurred in Sechelt, just an indication of our up and down development. I think it was $1 million that was extra that year that we had no expenditures for. So that money was put aside at that point. I'm not sure what it became over the years, but it was about $1 million that came into the district account with no expenditures attached to it due to the large development, I think, from 2004 to 2006-07. Just wanted to mention that.
No, the approach is sound. My comment is I think we should know the real story, and then figure out how to mitigate it. My other questions, Councillor Toth, you're on.
Thank you. I think I know the answer to this, but I can't for the life of me remember. The COVID Safe Restart Grant, we don't have to have the funds spent by a certain date, but I think we have to have the funds committed by a certain date. So I'm just looking for confirmation if that's still the case and when that date might actually be, and if we have a plan yet.
Right. Very good. Yes, stole a lot of us had that question, I think.
Thank you for the question. I don't have a hard date known to me yet, but you're right. It's intended to bridge this COVID period. And so, yes, I would say we would need to commit more of these funds in the near future. We do have a couple projects coming forward to council this year that will utilize some of these funds. And council may have some of their own that they would like to discuss.
Perhaps. Okay, and from me, back up the list a bit, the Community Crime Programming Reserve. I'm sorry, I'm not putting people on the spot, but is there a definition of what that could be used for? As in perhaps the community safety initiatives?
Yes, just if you give me a moment here.
Council, I think we'll take a break at the end of this page, so. Maybe we.
I don't have a definition for that one.
Okay, you can bring that back to us, please. And the last one for me is the Public Safety Reserve. Now, the public and council, you may be aware, there's the long overdue, what do you call it, conclusion of the compensation for RCMP officers that is anticipated sometime this year, I believe. And is this fund intended to support that, or is this something different?
Yeah, this is probably a little different.
Good.
So each year, we're, as the year goes on, they move officers in and out of this facility here, meaning moving them to other areas, and then people get posted back to here. And often we're overfunding throughout the year, and then we get a credit back at the end of the year based on actual members, municipal members that we're funding. And so it creates this credit, and we transfer that credit into this reserve. And so we've been using this reserve to fund projects in and around those buildings over there, and or other RCMP funding requests. So you'll see in this year's capital, we have to replace the roof at the Justice Building this year, and so it's recommended that the funding will come from this reserve to fund that building replacement. You also know, you'll see as we get going in the capital requests, the RCMP have about 7 requests for smaller items, and the recommended funding source would be this reserve as well. But the money for the capture of the wage has been captured in a liability account with the district.
Good, okay, so we have made some provision.
Correct. Now, if those provisions weren't big enough, we think we've captured them all, because they give us an estimate every year, and we've captured that into the liability. If it's not quite enough, then yes, we could utilize these funds for that. This is essentially, accumulation of surplus, right?
Mm-hmm.
But previous councils have held it that they would like to see these funds spent back on those buildings, or with the RCMP or the Justice area.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Okay, Council, would you like a 5-minute break? Okay, we will take a 5-minute break and regroup at 11:27. right, council, everybody back, everybody okay? We shall continue. So, Director Douglas, I guess, we're on page 35. Be fair, DCCs?
Yes. So, this is one of the pages that created a version 2 of this budget. We had less information, so we tried to provide better information by adding the schedule the way it is. So you see the balance at the end of 2021, and then what we added was this actual transfer in. So this is what we actually received in 2022 to move into these. They're actually liability accounts, but we'll call them reserves for now, for our purpose. So this is what we received this year. So I think that's really good information that council knows that for drainage, we received 82,000 for DCCs. For roads, we received just over $500,000 of DCC funds. And for parks, we received $169,000 for DCCs. So the other portion that we added there was that, we've actually budgeted some project work out of these DCCs for 2022. And those totals are there as well. So 93,000 for drainage, 102,000 for roads, and 363,000 for parks. Okay. So they're active accounts. They're active in and active out. And as we go through the capital process, you'll see that we're recommending utilizing more DCCs for different projects. So where we can, we use them. Once again, this DCC program is under a bylaw. You can only accumulate money for the projects that are listed in the bylaw. And so if those projects are not in that bylaw, or projects come up that are not in the bylaw, you can't spend the money on them. They're very restricted revenues. Okay, and one of the projects you're going to see is we want to update the DCC bylaw. It's important that we do that. Any questions on DCCs or development cost charges?
Councillor Toth? No, Councillor McLaughlin, please.
I was just wondering,
Councillor McLaughlin.
yeah, the chair, when we might have an update on DCCs, like what is the time frame for that?
For the bylaw,
for the bylaw
update?
Yeah.
Well, it's going to take a year probably to update that bylaw because the number of projects you have to put into the bylaw and cost them out and all that. So we haven't started. We're asking for money this year to do it. So if we get approved, then we can get going on it, but it'll be about a year's time.
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
Minimum a year.
So if we approve projects through the chair.
No, please, talk to me, please. Yeah.
Well.
Please, thank you.
If we approve projects, major projects with development cost charges now, does that mean that the cost charges will be lower than they would if we went through this approval of a new DCC bylaw?
Yes, probably. It would be, but much depends on what the assessment could be. I could see, for example, in DCCs, we would have higher charges for some things and lower for others, and we might have new categories. So your point's right. It could, in theory, mean a developer would pay less, but we have to do it right as well.
Yep. If I could add to that, they could pay more. As a road is utilized to a greater extent, we may need to, add that new road that's not in our current DCC bylaw into a DC bylaw so that we can upgrade it because development is becoming greater.
Right. So I'm just concerned that those are paid for and appropriately allocated before we march ahead with major developments. Thank you.
Yeah. Okay, thank you.
Hey, anything else can DCCs be used for refurbishment?
I think the way they term it is for increase in use, or, and do you have another term that you use?
Yeah.
Capacity.
Thank you through the chair. So, say you have to change out a sanitary sewer main that has reached end of life, it's deteriorated, the camera inspections show it's fallen apart. It's good practice when you do that to upsize the main, so you wouldn't just rebuild it as is. You would look at what the future flows are. So the portion of the upsizing costs would have to be estimated out of the overall project costs.
Okay.
So if it's on, but it has to be on the DCC project list. That's the key, though.
Right.
So if it is on that list, the portion of the upsizing related to new growth could be offset by DCCs, but not all of that rationale for replacing the pipe is because of the growth. It's because it's deteriorated.
Okay,
That portion would still have to come from the sewer reserve in the case of a sanitary sewer main.
Okay, so you can't use, so the answer to, can we use it for refurbishment? I'm wanting council to be aware of this, that you can't use it to refurbish or maintain sidewalks or roads or, please, no, well, microphone there, thanks. Councillor Bell, please.
Sorry.
Yeah.
So is that something that could be looked at in the process of changing the bylaw?
I don't think so.
Oh,
I
okay.
think,
No, this is, sorry, through the chair, this is provincial regulation that it's about the up, you know, your development's up there, it's gonna cause an upgrade down below at some point. That is what you attribute to the improvement.
Thank you.
Further to Director Douglas's comment, if you would like, I could send you a link. There's a book called DCC Best Practice Guides.
Yeah.
If you want an interesting read, it's a green book. It's been around for a while, and it kind of lays out when and where you should be using DCCs.
That'd be great. Thank you.
I've got a book on accounting if you'd like to read that. Oh, we get such a hard time. Okay, Director Douglas, we into pie charts and bar charts?
Yeah, almost. So we're starting on page 36 now, which is kind of our first look at how we lay out our budget from a revenue, expenditure, and then, other funding matters, which is kind of what we call below the line stuff. So the first one here is we're looking at the general operating fund. We show you some history. We show you the actuals for 21 and 22 year to date. Then we show you the adopted budget numbers, and then we show you the 2023 draft numbers, and then the variance between the adopted budget from 2022 and the draft budget for 23. So some good information here. You can see, what's going up and down. I don't want to go through this line by line, but you can see that we've estimated. So every year when we get building in the district, we get information from BC Assessment on how much new assessment we get every year due to new buildings. And so what we do is we capture that as new revenue. We don't mix it into our general tax increase. We hold that number aside so you know that, oh, look, we're going to get $110,000 in new revenue from new buildings in the District of Sechelt. And it's an important number because it's actually been pretty constant the last number of years. It's been hovering between 95 and 117,000 over the last 2 or 3 years. So we've included in this provisional budget $110,000 for new construction. We just got some preliminary information on what that looks like for 2022. Mm-hmm. But we don't get the hard number until about April to what the new construction number is from BC Assessment. We have some preliminary numbers, and we can share that at the next meeting if you wish, so you get to know.
I think
But-
what's interesting about that, the assumption, or what that says, is that new construction is adding about 1% to our
Yes.
revenue.
Absolutely. Yep.
That's all.
Yep. So we do take that as new revenues
Mhm.
every year.
Yeah.
Right? We don't throw it into the mix right away.
Councillor Toth, please.
Yes.
Thank
High
you.
level.
Just a really high-level question, based on page 36, but it applies to everything else as well. When we say 2022 actual amounts, it is a year-to-date. What's the date? I didn't see it in this particular document.
I believe it's October 31st. Aaron will answer that for us.
Okay, we'll come back to that. Yeah.
Okay.
Yep.
October 31st. Yeah. Okay. So if there's any specific questions here, we can talk about it. Otherwise, we'll move on to divisions and departments.
Right.
So some pie charts first.
Perhaps just one question,
Mhm.
down near the bottom. Could you explain reduction of capital equity?
Yes, as you can see, it equals the amortization number, okay? And so, this is, I think, where the mayor was going a little earlier with regards to our overall deficit. So what happens is we include amortization there as a number, but because it's not a cash expense, we add it back, right? So council needs to know what is our amortization number every year, and so it's listed there. And because we don't accumulate cash for it, we take it then back out to show you what our cash deficit is for the provisional budget. So if we were to lift that reduction of, you could see that our deficit would be closer to $3 million, or just over $3 million. However, we're also taxing for $1.3 million to cover that amortization. So in the end, your deficit would be somewhere around $2 million, just under $2.
That will take up
That's
offline.
fine.
This is really, really fundamental to what we're here for. That's why
Absolutely.
I'm making a point, that we have to make sure we're clear. Are we adequately funding the district? I'm not for a moment criticizing the numbers, but I think we as council need to know this. So I'm going to be hammering away at that, as Director Douglas knows, so.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Yep. So that's, but when we get into asset management, you'll find that 2.4 million is a low number. That amortization is based on historical costs.
Mm-hmm.
When they went in anywhere from last year to 50 years ago, so it's very low. But anyway. Okay, so we're gonna move into some pie charts now. This is just it's just a representation. The first pie chart is just a representation of where all our revenues come from. And you can see that 71% almost 72% of our revenues come from taxation. So, other than government grants, a little bit on sale of goods and services, small amounts for investments, return on investments, penalties, and then some for licenses and permits. But often a municipality of this size will be in the 80s for 70s to 80s for reliance on taxation. It's not uncommon.
Director Douglas, that
Yes.
brings up something I mentioned to council. As we go through this process, I'm certainly interested to follow your comment on where do we stand in comparison with other municipalities. I think that's always a good, benchmarking is always, doesn't mean that the others are right, or that we can't do better, but it'd be interesting to know where we stand to the extent you can help us with that.
Certainly, I can provide some information down as we get going here. Yep. And then expenditures, sorry, the next one is, this is a breakout on taxation. So you can see that of our 72% of taxation, 86% of that is from residential. Commercial business makes up the second largest at 12%. And then the other classes are quite small, making up 1% or less than 1%.
And the commercial is quite low.
Correct.
Yes.
Yep. Depends on where you're at. I think a lot of smaller communities are more like this again. I think, especially the communities on the coast definitely rely more on residential taxation than any other level. But places like Vancouver would be much more balanced with commercial and residential, than a small community. And then the last one is expenses. So this is, just going to move my little thing here. So the biggest section of our expenses at this point is general government at 25%. And public works is probably the next area. That's probably engineering and public works. And our smallest is interest on debt. So that's a good sign. But just a good representation of where we spend our money.
The thing that jumped out at me on that one is the solid waste, because even though it's a big number, it's not a service that we provide per se. We contract that out. We're providing it through contracts. Yes.
Yeah.
So there's not a staff resource of any significance providing that service.
No, very little with regards to staff resources.
But it's a big number.
Yep.
Yeah. Councillor
Absolutely.
Shepherd. Yeah.
The other bit of information it would be nice to see is a sort of 5-year history of that breakout, so that we can see historically how, if one segment's growing or decreasing, just to see some historical information, if it's available. Thanks.
Yeah, thank you.
Yep.
I'm sure, again, fingers are tapping over there.
Okay. All right, so now we're off to page 41, I believe. 42. Just the header page. So now we're heading into the division general government, and we'll just look at the financial summary on page 43. So if you look at the bottom section, you'll see that there's 9 different departments that we capture within the division of general government. And so they include communications, airport, bylaw enforcement, corporate services and administration, financial services, human resources, information technology, mayor and council, and then we have an area that we call non-departmental. It's just it's office costs that we have separate. So that's what makes up the general government section. And the following 6 or 8 pages are each department in specifics. So I don't know if there's any questions here or.
Councillor Bell, please.
Through the chair. So will we be getting into more specific questions? I just want to clarify, because I do have some specific questions around some of the numbers.
Right.
We'll wait for that.
Well, we can do it as we hit the departments, because I think the questions would be more at the department level.
Okay.
Okay.
Yeah.
So we can. So the next page is the administration and corporate services. So I don't know if there's any questions there.
Sorry, I'll
Go ahead, please.
Yeah, I think the biggest one that I had just more was around, the reduction in contract services in pretty well every department except for two.
Okay,
So,
so I can answer that one. So one of the sections in this budget document is called additional operating requests. Some of those requests are one-time only, and some of them are ongoing, like a human resources person or, you know, a person. So if we're doing let's just say we're doing a study of some sort, that's a one-time only. And so once council approves it, it'll go into the budget, but then the next year it's gone. So those are most of those reductions are due to the addition of a one-time only cost, like for a study, and then it comes out in the next year. Okay.
thank you.
Yep.
Is that okay, Councillor?
Yes,
Yeah,
thank
thank you. Okay, are you free? Oh, yes, thank you. All right. Since I just wanted to acknowledge all the presentations at the bottom of these different divisions is, especially the bottom of 43. It really is the part that I've been talking about, that it shows where the revenues are, it shows the expenses. So that I find that very useful. I do have some concerns about the size of the non-departmental reserves, but you know, maybe we can be allocating more of that, because the parts involved in that provides important value to everything from the other divisions to the sewer, which, by the way, the sewer is a whole separate entity. I think if you all realize that we'll come to that as it is treated as a separate entity. I think so.
Yeah. So obviously we have the expenses at the top, and then we have the kind of the revenues squeezed in the middle. And then at the bottom, we have the line, it doesn't say debt, deficit or surplus, it says net tax requirement. So it's just, you know, the slight change of wording just to say, well, that's the amount of tax that you're collecting to go towards this service. Okay. Okay, so we'll move forward to the next department. And, you know, this is about either information or getting comfortable with this document. So if, you know, we're not necessarily intending to go through every line item, but, you know, once you get to understand the way the book works, then, you know, you can spend more time developing your questions, and then we can, you know, have, you know, further discussion on any of these as we go forward. But
I think you'd agree, Council, if you've got a question, there's no dumb question, and
Yep.
you'd rather hear it today than a month from now when we're saying we want to change everything.
yes.
So on that basis, we're 45, is that right? Or 46?
We are on page 45.
Okay.
And somebody may ask that, okay, so why is there a reduction here in salaries and benefits? Okay, be a great question. And the reason is we've done some shuffling of people within departments, right? So we used to have 3 people budgeted here, and now we have 2 people budgeted in this area. And the third person has gone to corporate services. So, so it's just really an internal supervision change more than anything else. And so we're just recognizing that that person has been moved to a different department. And so when we hit that department, you'll see that there's been an increase in salary of a significant amount, more than 2 or 3%. Okay, so the next department that we have is Human Resources. And once again, there's not much changes to these budgets at all. You'll see there was a reduction there from contracted services, but that was one operational cost that came in last year and is out this year. So it's not somebody's not happy. And on the next page is financial services. And, financial services, we do a lot of collections up there, not only taxation, but dog licenses and business licenses. And, although we do the collections through financial services, those revenues are attributed to those departments that are so dog licenses would flow through to bylaws, and as would business licenses. We also collect, for a chunk of the money, we collect building permits as well, but those are revenues that are generated by the finance department. So we do have small amounts of sales, but it's not much.
Right. Councillor Bell, please.
Through the chair, just one of the things I noticed was in each of them, and I think I know the answer to it, but just recovery of sewer costs is in each one of the departments, in most of them.
Yes.
So that essentially just means that each department contributes in some way to the management of
the sewer
the
system.
sewer system.
Correct.
Okay. Yeah.
Yep.
Okay.
Yep. So we do all the billing for, let's say, septage.
Yeah.
And then we do the sewer fees go out on the tax bill. So it's just a division of some of those costs.
Thank you.
Yep.
So why are those not shown as revenue for your department?
Well, they're like a contra expense account, right? So the expense is there, and we just offset the expense with the credit.
Again, we'll talk about that more, but this is a revenue to your department.
Yep, and I get that.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And I'd like to see that, because I think it people. Again, this is about how people interpret things, and I think people can misunderstand what is it. But you're providing a valuable service. You're being paid for it, whether it's from the sewer fund or any other fund, any other department.
It's not wrong shown as either way. Absolutely, it makes to some more clarity having as revenue and or offset of expenses. Yeah, absolutely.
Councillor Toth, please.
Thank you. Just to sort of follow up on that sewer costs, are those sewer costs apportioned at a flat rate across the departments that are all involved? Like, does finance recover a greater portion than communications or IT? So just a general.
So what's the methodology for?
Yeah.
If my memory serves me correct, it's flat. Yep. Aaron might be able to confirm for us, but I believe
later. We won't put you on the spot for that.
Yeah.
But no, I mean, it's an interesting process, because if we're providing more service, maybe the fee that you're earning should go up.
Yep.
And if it's based on volumes of sewer capacity.
Yeah, I think in the past it has been linked to revenues of sorts. If you're 90-10 or 85-15. I can't remember what our division is this year. It went up this year a little bit.
Yeah. Look, that's not fair to try and ask for, and I'd rather have a thoughtful answer than off the top of your head. So.
Yep. Absolutely. But just know we do it, and it's justified. You know what I mean? Okay, so we're down to the next page, which is information technology. And
questions, council? Right. Okay,
and then bylaw enforcement.
Okay, whoops, Counselor Toth now is,
Sorry, it wasn't one I had notes on, but it caught my attention now. Looking in the middle of the expenditures chart there, supplies and materials. I assume with IT is also including licensing costs of software.
Yes,
So I'm assuming that $30,000 increase includes a previously approved software package or something to that extent that's being increased.
yes, it is.
you got me, oh, I see.
30,200
Right.
is the increase.
Yes.
Yep. Absolutely. Thank you for the question.
Great.
So I think that's actually two different softwares. One would be the building permitting online that we have.
Okay.
Okay, bylaw enforcement, next one. So you see this is where licenses and fees are, so this would be dog licenses and probably business licenses are in this listing here.
Really? Okay. Business licenses as well.
Yep.
That all? So we're with all the fees, like dog licenses and business licenses, we're only getting 134,000 budgeted for this year.
I think it's 188 this year.
No, 88 for
Sorry.
23, yes.
Yeah, 2022.
This
you're
year.
correct, yes.
Yep. Okay. Is the increase from, dare I ask, short-term rentals?
I believe this is captured here, yes.
Okay, sorry, I don't mean to usurp. So in that case, it's about $50,000 of fees roughly for
Roughly, yes.
short-term rentals?
Yes. So you know, I think we've budgeted between, it might be 15 or 20, but we don't know what that number is actually going to end up at. But before we finalize the budget, we will know. So this number could be refined as we know more information, right? But that'll come through as a revision, and you'll get to know what that is.
Go ahead, Councillor Shepherd.
It just seems a little bit low, given that I think the consultant identified, almost 300, so it's a 294 short-term rentals.
Right.
It seems like a conservative number, but,
Okay.
Yeah, sorry. Yeah, the other fees are minor, meaning, yes, we did calculate a larger number, but just in the ones that are unoccupied, which is the bigger number, I think there's 15 been budgeted here. And the remainder is the smaller ones. Yeah.
Right, but even 15 at $3,000 is 45,000. So
Yep.
if this is STRs, I think this is quite low.
Yep.
Because you got type 1 and 2 that both have.
Yep, and we'll as we go forward, we will refine.
Great, thanks.
Okay, the next one's mayor and council.
Hey, who wants to ask about the mayor's expenses? Yeah. So do I, actually. Please.
To the council, to the mayor.
Yes.
No, actually, this question just is around the professional development dues. Is that because we'll be doing more in-person conferences now versus some of them in the past we didn't attend or?
Yes, so a couple of things here. So we've had some training already, and that's been, and we're planning on some more training. So that's included in this budget, right? So there's a little bit of a lift there.
Okay.
And yes, more of them are coming more in person. And so that's across the board, even for senior staff or staff.
Yeah. Okay.
They're opening up more and more to being in person, so they're a little more costly, absolutely.
Okay,
Yeah.
thank you.
Well, I'll ask the question. What's in the mayor's expense? $76,000. I'd like it on the record. I haven't spent that. At the bottom, under the net tax requirement, you see where the separation between mayor and then the council?
Yes.
Yes, wow,
So
I
if
shouldn't have brought it up. So, again.
we can get you that answer quickly.
We'll actually get everyone else that answer.
Yep, yeah. You'll find that, there's some, contracted services money in there, like in the mayor's section of the budget. And that's for like grant writing and other hires. It's really a council,
Okay.
it would be
Let's
it would come from a council direction to spend those funds. There's also a small, contingency in that area as well.
Okay, and that brings the question, then, this includes all our stipends, our salaries and whatever.
Yes,
In-
so,
so-
yeah, the top line there, well, in the
course,
page,
yeah.
the top line has
Right.
all the stipends. And, everybody knows that we went through a committee last year to set
Mm-hmm.
the stipends for council for this year and forward. And, so there's a little lift there, and that's due to the committee's recommendation
Mhm.
and the previous council's motion.
Right. Well, obviously, it's more sensitive than some, so if we can
Yep,
get. a little
council,
more
the last
detail.
council wasn't the benefactor of that,
Mm.
outcome. They saw it as like you said, a sensitive matter. But the new councilors, like the
Yeah.
new set of councilors,
Yeah.
who
Yeah.
were voted in, are the benefactor of that recommendations, yes.
Thanks. Yeah,
Yeah.
Councillor Toth.
Thank you. This is just for our own contemplations here. We do have $20,000 that has been set up as a contingency from last
Mhm.
year. We started doing that. Pre-COVID, I believe there was a lesser amount, but that's for things that come up throughout the year that aren't necessarily budgeted for. You know, an organization comes forward looking for support for something, it's an opportunity for council to partner with that organization. I don't think we utilized, the number, there's no actual amount showing here, but
So far not used.
I believe we used some last year. But I would be interested in us having a conversation about reducing that amount, because I don't think we need to keep it at $20,000. So, just for our own thoughts.
Okay, Director Douglas.
Yes, I believe you're correct. We did utilize some of the funds. But this is where, you know, like, things would come up, like you said, during the year, and let's just, one might be like a grant for homelessness. You know, it's a issue. You know, we had this, council had this idea to apply for a grant, but we didn't have, number one, we didn't have the money we didn't have the staff time at that time. And so we didn't have the money in the budget either. So this is what created the discussion of, you know, can we not have either some contracted services funds or contingency to fund these things that come up in the year that, you know, as we set priorities or priorities of the community may change a little bit and we have opportunity to jump on something. That's the purpose of the contingency here, is to be able to come to council and say, listen, we need to utilize $5,000 for a grant writer to do this, and council will approve it or not approve it.
Councillor Bell, yes.
Just continuing on that then, if we could, just get the exact amount spent this year in that contingency and what for, that would be helpful.
Okay.
Thank you.
Not because it's a big number, but what is the logic behind taking a $10,000 transfer from reserves for this account or for this department?
Okay, so I think this is where
I'm asking for the philosophy behind it.
So if we tax, so I think the previous contingency number was $10,000, I believe. And so if we don't spend it, we'll bring it through year end and put it into in a reserve account, and then we'll bring it back out to fund the next year's contingency, right?
Mm-hmm.
So instead of taxing now 2 years in a row, we're only taxing the 1 year. We didn't spend it. So we're going to move it over to a reserve and bring it back in to fund the next year's contingency, and you don't have to re-tax for it.
Mm-hmm.
That's kind of the idea there.
Okay.
right? So we have this reserve that we use at year end for these types of things. It's called committed reserve, right? And so if we want to carry like this 10 grand over, then we'll just move it over to the committed reserve, and then we budget for it as a revenue in the next year from the reserve.
I see. Okay, so then if we were being really detailed, then in the 2022 number, we would show 10,000 opposite of the minus 10 that we're showing for the budget.
Correct.
Right. Yeah.
Yep.
Okay.
Yep. So now we're not double taxing. You know what I mean? You've taxed
Double
once for it.
taxation.
Until it's spent, we'll just keep carrying it forward as a revenue source and not tax again for it.
Great.
Right.
Thanks. Councillor Bell.
Wanted to say on that to the chair that, it's just, I think for specifically, and I know it's a small amount, but for funds like contingency funds, it's good to be very transparent about those so that, our members of the community know what that is.
Yeah.
Great.
Thank you.
Thanks. Okay. All right, so a couple of things to come back to us on that. I thought I got a raise.
I just wanted to just go back a little bit here for a second. So I thought we have a larger contingency that we,
Page number,
well, I was looking for it. I don't see it here, so I'll get it at lunch break and tell you where it is. I thought it was in the administration department. We have another contingency of $100,000, and that's more for the use of any department, but needs to come to council, right? So like, if we have an emergency going on, in Public Works, we would come to council, and one of the agenda items on our normal council meeting is emergency items. So if we did have an emergency and we needed some funds, we would tell you at that point what is the emergency and how much money we need to spend, and it would come from that $100,000 contingency. Okay? So I was just trying to find out where it was budgeted, but I'll get that at lunch.
yeah, I think we can, because that's more of a policy approach, which
Yeah, and
I certainly agree with.
Yep, and well, we have to have it. Like, if we don't have it and we have an emergency, where are we going? You know, like, we're not. And so once again, if we don't spend it, we carry it over like the 10,000, so we don't tax for it twice, right, or 3 times or whatever. You know, so we don't spend it unless we come to council. We're back here.
Okay, great. Logistics, Gloria, I guess, when is lunch scheduled?
It is available now, upstairs.
Oh, okay. All right. What is council's wish? Okay. Okay, we'll talk about the airport, then we'll fly away.
Okay, so airport, this is one of the areas that contracted services went down quite a bit. And that's because of the idea was we were going to harvest trees last year and do a airport master plan. And so you'll see that the airport master plan will come through as a carryover item, and down through the budget book further. So that's why there's such a big difference there. And the revenues we get there are, we have rent, meaning we have lots that we rent up there. We also have one building on a lot that we rent up there. And then the rest of the revenues from there are like tie downs, airport or airplane tie downs, and other, airport related revenue. Oh, gas as well. We sell airplane gas,
Avgas.
avgas, yes,
We
Yep.
own one building,
yes,
so the others are owned by the tenants?
yes.
Huh.
Yep.
How long are those leases generally? Again, sorry to
Yep,
put
and,
you on the spot.
yeah, so I don't know how many lots we have up there. We have at least 20,
Oh, yeah,
30?
yeah.
Yeah, we have 30 lots that we lease out as, just land leases.
Mhm.
And then, separate part of the airport, we own, one building on a lot. It's, and then we lease that building out at close to market, as far as I know.
Which building is that?
That's the building that,
Flying Club?
is leased by
Flying
the,
Club?
no, electrical,
Oh, okay.
yeah,
Would be Olson Electric.
yes.
Huh, good. Thanks, Councillor Shepherd, please.
To the chair, it's another issue, or sort of general, part of the budget, like septage, that as a new councillor member, I'd really like to understand more. Unfortunately, we missed the airport tour when we were touring facilities. But, you know, we are so desperately, short of industrial lands. It's kind of a big component of where we can grow our industrial base quickly. So, I'd love to understand more about it.
Good point. We should rectify the lack of a tour to start with, and,
Yeah.
Mr. Douglas?
Yeah, just wanted to comment further on the airport. So we have a free crown lease on that property, so we don't own it. So it's leased to us, well, basically for $1, for the purpose of an airport. And if it becomes anything other than that, then it would go back to, I think in this case, federal government, but either provincial or federal government. And that's including the areas where we've leased land. It's all in that free crown grant.
But we're able to use the other parts of the land wherever it's safe, I guess, to
Yes.
add more.
Yeah, they want you to lease the land for airport-related purposes.
Yeah, right. Okay. Any other questions on the airport? Because there is one more, so we finish this division. Councillor Toth.
Thank you. It's just a real quick one. I know that we get a lot of volunteer labor up there, in terms of grounds maintenance and stuff like that. Noticing here, salaries, wages, and benefits, almost doubling, for the next year. So just a little clarity on that. I don't know if that's increasing the current person's time, or if this is additional staff assistance, or what it is.
Yeah, this is increasing the rate that we pay the current airport manager and maintenance person.
Because he generally does everything, I gather.
Yes. Yep.
Thanks. Councillor McLaughlin, please. Yes.
Through the chair, I was just wondering if that position is a part-time or full-time position?
Part-time, I think.
That is a contract position.
But he doesn't work 8 hours a day.
He can.
He can.
Yes.
Yeah.
It's, it is a, yeah. Like he goes, I think he's away now for some time, and then he's back, let's say in a month, and he'll be, works what he needs to keep the place looking and, great. Yeah.
You will see him out, as I have, with his weed whacker, working around to make it neat.
Yep, sometimes he works a 10-hour day and 5 days in a row, and other times he's gone for 2 weeks. So it's a part-time contract position.
Okay. One last thing to finish this department, or division, I guess, is the non-departmental department. So that's on page 52.
Yep. And there you'll see the contingency.
Yeah. Okay. That's your $100,000?
Yes.
Yeah.
And once again, we don't spend it. It comes through the reserve at the year end. so we don't tax for it again, and, it needs a motion of council to be spent.
Mhm.
And I believe we haven't spent any of this year.
Well, we'll carry that over. And,
Yes.
can you explain why this non-departmental department gets taxation revenues? Later?
Certainly. I believe, is this the 1%?
No.
We'll,
It's more like, yeah.
yeah, we'll get it.
I just find this interesting, that the whole thing, that whether we could be allocating it more accurately would be interesting for the geek in me.
Yep. We'll explain it right after lunch.
Great. Any other questions, council? Councilor Inkster, I'm sorry I have not been checking in with you. Do you have any last questions before we take a break? He's good. Thank you. All right. Anything else? Not, I guess we'll adjourn. How long do we get? Recess, thank you. The substantive question was, how long do we get? Do you want half an hour?
Half hour to 45 minutes?
It's up, yeah. I mean, 45 minutes. We'll split the difference. We'll be back at 1.
Okay.
All right, thanks. Thank you, everyone. Oh, absolutely. I would never agree to getting to the council. So, do my Yes, sir. Oh, all right. In which case, cameras on, everybody. Counselor Inkster, can you hear us? Pam and Lynn, can you hear me? I was being coached earlier that they couldn't hear me enough. So I'm supposed to speak up.
Keep the microphone.
There, it's as good as it gets. Okay, are we ready? Please tell me we're not live until like. Okay, then we will return from recess at 1:01, and council, I had a conversation with our director of finance, and he says if we can get through the AORs, the additional operating requests today, that would be terrific. If we can get further, that'll be appreciated as well, but so we'll aim for that at a minimum. But first, in breaking news, Director Douglas has answers to 3 burning questions.
Thank you. So the first question was on the mayor's expenses of $76,845. So that's made up of salaries, benefits, and travel, and
Okay.
Yeah. Conferences, yeah. I'm missing one item, but that's all right.
My mileage?
Memberships. Okay, and then we talked about non-departmental. And we asked about the revenues of taxation and other levies. So one of the sources of revenues the district gets is 1% of the sales from Calus, Fortis, and Eastlink. Is there a fourth one? Coast Cable. And so that makes up majority of the 241. And the other bit of revenue that's in there is federal and provincial buildings get statutory exemption on their taxes on the buildings they have in town. However, we can apply to the federal and provincial government to get what they call a PILT, which is it's payment in lieu of taxes. And so I guess they just don't like to pay taxes down to a district or a municipality. So we apply annually for an amount that equals our taxes to the provincial and federal government. And so that's the other bit of revenue that's in there.
At what rate? Is it a business rate or?
No, at the tax rate, yeah, business class rate.
Huh.
Yep. You bet.
Maybe we should, can we? Yeah.
And was there one other question? What was Katie's? Oh, I wanted to know what was spent out of the contingency of council. We spent $10,000 out of there, and that was for the CIF project, crosswalk project. So those are the questions we can provide.
Thank you very much, team. You still had time for lunch.
Okay, I'm going to share my screen again.
We're on page 53.
We are on page 53, going to 54, and this is planning and development. This is division planning and development. And the costs that are accumulated here are building inspection, development services, and economic development. One of the things that, as we can, we will change. That doesn't mean that this area, all these areas are managed by the same director. That includes general government and, you know, just because things are listed there like admin and human resources, IT, finance, that doesn't mean they're managed by the one director, right? So in the case of general government, Director Douglas looks after IT and finance, and the other areas are managed by a different person. In this case here, the Director Allen looks over building inspection and development, but he doesn't look after economic development. So some of these little, these are kind of past things that were in this order, and yes, they need to be cleaned up at some point. Oh, the other one that's under general government that Director Allen would look after would be bylaws. So, you know, so it just because they're listed under here doesn't mean that's the director you go to for those issues. Okay, having cleared that up. Plan Development Division, and then we jump into each department. So building inspection, you should see a bit of an increase here to the sales of permits overall. So we're expecting a strong year here this year.
Yes, but we're much lower than we are for the current year.
In the actual amount?
Yes.
Okay, so that actual amount will be, some of those funds will be moved over to the fee equalization reserve, and we'll be bringing it down to the budget amount. Because
they relate to next year?
They could, but like we don't, there's going to be a downturn at some point. So this one's always, you know, cyclical. So we may have 2 or 3 strong years, and then we may have a down year.
Well, that's rather than where are we putting it, you know, because it's a good year. I guess I'm curious, why is it so good 2022?
Yes.
Why are we anticipating that it's not going to be as good in 2023?
Okay, so great question. Couple of things here, okay? So the other thing we do with these revenues is anybody who's applied for a building permit from August through to the end of the year, we move a portion of those revenues into deferred revenue. Okay, so that 629 number will be number one. We split it into we split it into the deferred revenue, and then any excess goes into the fee equalization reserve.
The deferred amount goes into the fee equalization?
Nope. We defer some of the revenue. So because if you build a house, it takes 6 months to build a house.
Mm-hmm.
And when you buy a permit, it's to inspect that house, and it takes 6 months to do it, and you buy that permit in November. Why are we recognizing all the revenue?
I get that. So we'd have 2 months in this year and 4 months in next year.
Correct.
Right.
So that's the defer amount. That's the amount we defer in revenue.
And that goes into, but a little accounting, it goes into a deferred revenue account.
Correct, on the balance sheet.
Right.
Yep. So then once we do that calculation, if there's money left, then
the overall fund.
If it's higher than what we budgeted, it goes into the fee equalization reserve. Okay. So there has been a couple at least one large development that has paid this year that will take 2 years to build out. So on those large ones, we defer those out 2 years. Mm-hmm. So we have coverage of revenues for the cost to do those inspections. So a house is 6 months, and something like Trellis or the Talus building would be a lot longer build. Mm-hmm. And so we defer it longer.
Yeah, I have no problem with the deferral.
Yep.
It's the piece where you then say, now we adjust the current year's results to match our current year budget.
Yes.
That I'm questioning the logic of that.
Well, that's that wave, right?
I know.
I could leave it there at 550.
Right.
And then say next year we budgeted for more,
Yeah.
but actually we can resume less.
And that's what I'm wanting council to be cognizant of. That's
Yes.
we'll pick it up again as we get into the next round, but we must know that that's what's being done. It's not wrong, not for a minute, but we should know that that's an assessment you're making.
Yep. I'll tell you, last year we brought money in from the fee equalization reserve in 2021.
I'm sure.
Because we had a bit of a down year.
Yeah.
Right. So it's 3 accounts. It's not just building inspection. It's 3 accounts. It's building inspection, subdivision servicing fees, and development fees.
Right.
The 3 of them together.
Yes.
Okay.
Yep. Okay.
Okay, any questions here, other than the technical accounting jargon?
I think they're scared now.
Okay. All right, so off to page 56. And now we're in development services. You can see that, we're not, we're budgeting a little bit less for fees here than we did last year. But once again, this is cyclical, and we're looking at bringing in, I think we're looking at bringing in 50 grand here from the fee equalization reserve.
Okay, but maybe this is a question for Director Allen. Are you only going to bring in $50,000 worth of licenses, permits, and fees in 2023? Mr.
Can I
Director of Finance?
jump in for you for a second? So we're saying 90,000 for fees.
Right.
And we're saying that's going to be a little bit lower than last year.
Right.
So we're bringing in from the fee equalization reserve 50,000.
No, I understand that, but the issue isn't that. It's that we are making inherent in that is an assumption that the volume of business that we are doing will generate less revenue in total dollars in 2023 than it did in 2022. And there's an assumption underlying that, which is what I'm asking.
Okay.
I'm not sure.
Perfect.
If anybody wants to talk to that.
Try to find the avenue in which to peer through here. There are some applications that we do expect this year, a couple of which will touch upon our maximum $30,000 application fee. So it won't be trouble to reach that $90,000 mark, but it is entirely possible it will be slightly less than 2022. Given what I know about presently, but it's only January 4th, there's other applications that I may not know about that we'll receive in June.
Right. So perhaps, is it fair to say you're being erring on the side of caution?
Yes, fair to say. Yeah.
Called leading the witness. Thanks.
Thank you. Okay, any questions here then? And then economic development is a contracted service that is provided to the district. And so we have an agreement with local group to provide that service. And I believe Gibson's, the regional district, and Seashore all share in that service. So we're not funding this solely.
We're talking about Scredo.
Yes.
Yes. Councillor Toth.
Thank you. Also, the STBA, the business improvement area, is captured in here as well, by the looks of it.
Yes.
And the description also mentions Sunshine Coast Tourism, but I don't know if the actual dollar values here reflect our contributions to Sunshine Coast Tourism, so.
Right. I know it. go ahead, please.
Yes, I believe it does, yes. Yep.
So there's really three groups
Pulling from
that we are
economic.
providing funding to:
Yes,
tourism, Scredo, and SDBA.
yes. And you see the taxation of 71,407 is the Scredo tax, that,
No,
or the
SDBA tax.
sorry, yes.
Yeah.
Yes. My mistake.
Okay, that's your one. Okay, thanks.
All right.
Any questions, council?
Okay, the next one is Division Community Services. And what's included here is parks, arts and culture, and library. And once again, each one of these is really supervised or managed by different people. And one is contracted service. So parks,
Yeah, I just, sorry,
Yes.
just to interrupt, Councillor Inkster, I may have missed you joining the meeting, but you can hear us okay? Yep, very good, thanks.
So parks does generate some revenues. We do park rentals or field rentals or, things around tournaments or, more of that kind of thing, or special events, right? But it's limited. But we try the best we can to.
Okay, Councillor Toth maybe will jump in.
Thank you. Yeah, I'd originally had the question of sort of sale of goods and services, which, hearing that this is rental fees of our parks and what have you, that's good to know. Similar question to the development, looking at what we've brought in the last couple of years versus what the actual budget amount is here. I'm wondering if we're expecting the rentals to substantially decline, or if this is just being extra conservative in the estimating. And then the question is, when we've got excess amounts over what we're budgeting, are we putting that particular revenue aside separately, or is it just general surplus?
Good question. Is it allocated? Is it protected, as it were? Okay.
Yeah, good question. Thank you, through the chair. In this case, the revenues are quite a bit different level than the fees from building inspection and subdivision servicing. So we don't transfer these ones to any kind of reserve to bring back in as an equalization. And yeah, I think the revenue streams here are just limited in what we can charge for.
So this highlights, though, the value that the funds we are spending are in the order of 2.5 million, 2.4 million budgeted to provide these services. So by that, I'm saying the net operating costs of 2.2 plus the amortization as an expense means that it's essentially we're spending 2.4 million on all these community services.
Correct.
So, right.
Okay, and then down to arts and culture.
If council hasn't seen it, the bottom is the piece that I particularly like, the little appendage at the bottom where you see what parks is. It's 1.5. Arts and culture, after some revenue, is 350,000 before transfers. And the library, we're spending 587,000. Bottom of page 59. The very little bit at the bottom. Yeah. Yep. Yeah. thanks for this. To me, it doesn't mean to you, but to me, this is much more useful to assess, what we're spending things on. Councillor Bell?
The grants again, can you tell me a little bit more of what that is?
The grants, revenue?
Yes, under expenditures.
Oh, grants under expenditures, okay, that's the CIP program.
Okay.
Yeah, so the arts and culture look after or manage or, look after the CIP program, which is the grants we give out in the community.
Okay, that's the.
Right, yeah, I
Okay.
think, and you're chairing that, I believe, this year, right?
Good.
And, yeah, so that's the, kind of the grant portion.
Okay.
We do get some grants here as well, like, Canada Day grant, other grants for, so we run a couple festivals out of this area, right? We have what's the arts festival and music? Yeah, arts and music festival run out of this area. You'll see there's contracted services, so the music festival is contracted out. And so we have, we organize it, but we don't organize the event per se.
Okay,
Okay?
thank you.
But if we contract it out, then that's under contract services, not grant expenses.
Correct, but there is a revenue source for that music festival from external sources.
Okay.
Music series, right. And for the music series.
Okay. Is that okay, Councillor Bell? Yeah. Okay.
Okay, on to the library. I think it was either last year or year before we signed into a 5-year agreement with funding the library. And there's 3 funders. We have the regional district, the First Nations, and the District of Sechelt. They're all parties to funding the library in Sechelt.
And Councillor Shepherd, I'll let you ask, please, I'll bet you ask the same question.
So that's a 5-year term contract, in terms of, the town's, contribution. Does the work, where does the work on, physically the building overlap between the 2 parties? You've budgeted some, work to be done on the skin of the building. Does that include the library's portion?
The outside, yes.
Yeah, okay.
I know they want to put a floor in the library. That would be on them as a leasehold improvement. But the envelope is us.
Okay.
Yes.
Thanks.
Yeah.
It wasn't my question. Okay. About how much, our funding of almost 600,000, is that half of the funding they get? I mean,
if you give me a minute here, I can dig that up.
That was your question. I'm looking on both sides, so if one of you is looking it up, we can keep going, but if both of you are looking it up, well, maybe it's, my money's on Aaron. Halton's along.
So the total funding for 2023 is 909,000.
So we're
greater than
closer
half.
part of 2/3.
Yes.
Yeah, thanks. Great. Okay, thank you. Any other questions on the library, council? Oh, sorry. Yes, please.
Just to the chair, just one quick clarification. You said District of Sechelt, First Nations, and who was the other?
Regional district.
Regional District, and is it evenly distributed, what each pay?
No, it's based on population. It's
Okay. Yeah.
it's a modified population. It's a modified population calculation.
Okay, thank you.
Ask.
It was a step in the right direction.
Engineering.
Division, engineering operations. So in this area, if you look at the bottom of page 64, we have engineering, fleet maintenance, and public works, all in this division. And in this case, they're all managed by one director. Director Dillon. And then we move on to the next page and we look directly on page 65, we look right at the engineering information. And once again, you see the contract services are down, but that's due to, a one-time lift for a study or two or three. And in this case, I think there's 3 there that have been removed.
Please, Councillor Toth, I was
Thank you.
engrossed in my numbers.
Looking at the bottom of page 65 there, I'm really curious about the negative revenue on street lighting, but I'm not going to go into that. But are we
No, it's not
expecting?
The way this is actual revenue, the way they're presenting it, the negatives mean it's revenue coming in.
Anyways,
In both cases.
yeah, okay, I get what you're saying there. Are we expecting savings as we transition to LED street lighting? Is this taking this sort of thing into account already? It just caught my eye specifically, because that's a lot of money to spend on street lights.
Sure is.
Yeah, $270,000 a year.
And that's operating expenses, not buying the light.
Oh, generalize. Yeah, I'll just generalize, and then you can go. So the street lighting, is a ongoing, slow process. We have so much money we can do, and usually we replace burnt-out units by the LED cheaper lights. We don't have we have a sum of money that we can replace too, but we're not actively out there doing 100 a year just because we're doing 100 a year at this point. We're doing burnt-out lights and problem lights and things like that.
But, Councillor Toth.
Thank you. Sounds like you've got a follow-up question on it too, but I guess to clarify, is this just the District of Sechelt owned streetlights, or does this include the portion that we lease from BC Hydro as well?
It's just our own lights. Just our own lights. Yeah.
But, sorry, okay, now we do have to delve into this. So
our street lights.
I get electricity, and I guess occasionally repairs and painting or something. But this is not like we bought 10 lights at $25,000 each. Right? This is just electricity and the operating costs associated with keeping our lights on. Yes, our street lights, right? I'm with Councillor Toth. It's like I don't see in the expenditures, I don't see anything other than salaries and wages that could account for that. There's, we don't have hydro in here, for example. So I'm kind of begging the question, what is this? Please, Councillor Dillon, save us.
Yeah, through the
I'm sorry. Yes, you can.
Through the chair, I think we should come back with some information of whether the BC Hydro lease lights are included in that. The other question Councillor Toth asked was about long-term savings from the replacement program. So BC Hydro has indicated that, one of the main goals of doing this LED replacement is ultimately to be able to reduce their costs, which should come back down to the users like us. So we should see a cost reduction in the future, but that decision is within BC Hydro's hands.
So we have no way of knowing. We don't have meters on every street light, of course. So, interesting. Okay, well, let's park that and delve into it a bit?
I think there was a comment to revenues, or I can make a comment to revenues, that this is where the subdivision servicing revenues would be, accounted for, and so we're looking at a reduction there. There's showing a reduction from last year to this year in the subdivision servicing fees.
Yes, okay. That's, yes. Oh. Okay. Okay. Any other questions, council, on engineering? Surprised, I will add, given engineering management at least are involved in the sewer, in the wastewater resource center, and the sewer and the septage, that the whatever the billings that go to the water resource center aren't higher.
But that's what you spend on lighting, right? Replacement is 35.
You. Yeah. So, sure. You want to comment, or do you want to bring it back another time?
So I have a little bit more information here. So the hydro portion of that 270 is 122,000 for hydro. There's 102,000 for amortization of the street lights that we have. And then 45,000 for what we would say replacement of from bulbs to the less expensive.
So hydro is in, up above the line is in other expenses, I guess. Must be for 120,000.
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay. And help? Yeah. Okay. Thanks. Page 6.
Department Public Works. Once again, you know, the department doesn't generate much in the way of revenue, which is, you know, it's a service organization here in a department, and so we don't, you know, limited access to any kind of revenues. But yeah, not a lot there other than salaries, benefits, a little bit of contracted services.
Councillor Toff, please.
Thank you. The second to last line of the chart, amortization, seeing a $200,000 increase to the amortization. I'm assuming that this is towards the operations center, but I don't know. So I'd love clarification on that.
I don't think so.
Yeah. Well, we can look it up, and we'll get back to you. I would be surprised yet if it's the op center.
No,
yeah,
it won't be. Okay. It might be true. No, roads, Trail Avenue wouldn't be amortized in here, would it?
Trail, for sure.
Okay, that'll be it. The big spending on Trail over the last 2 years. No.
It could be any of them, actually. Trail, Wharf, Inlet, Trail Avenue. The increases to Trail. And then the final area there is the fleet maintenance. So this is where you'll see a bit of an increase, mostly due to fuel, supplies, and materials.
How does this differentiate? We've got public works, we've got parks, so there's a little extra kind of accounting group where we track the maintenance. Of all of those things.
Yep. You bet. All our vehicles are in one area.
Oh, and it's fleet maintenance, so yes. It's
the fleet maintenance is all in one area, yep. Gives us opportunity to look at a vehicle that might be costing us more because it needs to be replaced, and just it's good information for us.
Okay. Any other questions on this big one, Council? Big spending, but big value. 69, Mr. Douglas, is that right?
Yes. So Division Facilities, once again, this is really Public Works, looks after most of the facilities. So this is community facilities, municipal buildings, and wharves, all in this one. And so you'll see that there's a jump here in salaries, but this is, once again, it's a shift. We've moved a person into this area who was being charged somewhere else.
And so we'll see the reduction somewhere else?
Yes.
Yeah.
Yep.
Questions, folks? Again, just by way of analyzing all the facilities, Rockwood, Mission Point, and so on, we're spending $130,000 net to keep those going. Not wrong.
And Seaside, yes.
Yes, thank you.
Yep.
Yeah, but that's a tax contribution from the community to keep those facilities operating. Well, that's a
And that's with an increase in revenues as well.
yes, yes.
Mhm.
All right. Municipal buildings. Councillor Toth wants us to talk about.
Well,
Anything?
since you called on me.
Okay.
No, it's just a comment that the bottom of page 69 there mentions the $129,000 that we spend on community facilities, and, you know, municipal buildings is a lot more than community facilities, so it's just an observation.
And from staff's perspective, it's still not high enough for municipal buildings. We have some envelope issues here that, you know, we don't, you know, we haven't saved the money for them all, and we need to get them repaired.
That comes under the capital requests, right?
Yep.
By and large, yes.
Yep.
Okay.
And then wharves, we have Porpoise Bay Wharf, the parking lot, Davis Bay Wharf, and Trail Bay.
Right. We'll come back. Councillor Toth, did you have something on page 71, municipal buildings?
Thank you. It's actually page 70. Looking at the community facilities, down in the list at the bottom of the page, I see Arrowhead there. And I just wanted some clarification because I don't recall having seen it there before, but perhaps I missed it. But yeah.
If I may. So Arrowhead is owned by the district, and we lease it out to the user. And under a lease agreement, it's not a moneymaker really. It's a community, I don't know, use more than a.
Okay, but now you've opened the door a bit, because if we're leasing it out, how come there's no revenue against that at the bottom of page 70?
It's a low value lease.
Is it?
Yes.
I'm sorry.
Yeah, I can pull the lease
Yeah.
and give you the information, but it's like, it's not a high value lease.
No,
It's more of a community, it's like a community, it's being utilized more of a community asset than it is of a proper, you know, it's leased out for liability issues and that kind of stuff, but it's a low value lease.
Okay, thanks. Municipal buildings, Councillor Toth.
Thank you. I've got the notes for further on when we get to the Justice Building roof specifically. But given that we're here looking at the municipal buildings now, I'll just ask the question now. When we participate in a share of the cost requests for the RCMP, I guess is the inverse of that true? You know, if we're looking at spending $800,000 on a roof for the building that houses the courts and the RCMP,
Right.
does the RCMP in the province contribute towards that roof replacement?
I would have to check with the lease, but I believe not. In the case of the Justice Building, it's more of a square foot lease, that one. And the maintenance, they're two different leases, and they're totally, the makeup is different for each one.
Okay.
Yeah.
Point taken. Have a look, please. But it begs the question, if one of them was, whichever one was the, in my words, prepaid lease, you know, that after the debt is paid, the rent goes down.
Yep.
If we now have to put a roof on that building, then the rent should presumably come up again.
Yeah, I can only comment to what's in the lease, and
Yes.
the lease is very clear on what level we can charge them in the second term, or the second option of their lease. The RCMP on that, so let's just say the Justice want to do some internal improvements, that's all on them. If the RCMP want to do internal improvements, it's just shared cost.
Right.
But the envelope is ours.
Right, but that, I'm coming back to the issue of the rent going up or down
Yes.
after the debt. Because if we incur more debt to build a roof, then I'd like to see the rent go up.
Right.
Can I ask too, on the page 71, just in the preamble, municipal buildings, this section will include the ops center, or are you going to report the operations center as part of, I don't know, Parks and Public Works, or?
No, I think eventually it'll work its way in here. It's here, actually. It's the last item on that page, Operations Center.
So it is. Got me. Really sorry, but, okay, then property management? Councillor Rowe would like to ask a question.
Took the words right out of my mouth. Just curious what property management is. I mean, I know what it is, but as it relates to municipal buildings for $195,000.
Okay, well, we'll get you that information. We'll get it to you either in a few minutes, or
Okay.
we'll bring it through.
Curious, okay. It's great, this is all good education for all of us, some of us who've been here for a while. That's right, iron rights, that's the way it should be. All right, shall we move on to 72? Oh,
Okay, so I have the answer on property management.
how do you guys do that? Exactly my thought. Oh, it's how it gets from there to there.
So we have one staff that looks after property management, right? So we have a Public Works employee that runs around and does all the fix-ups and manages those fix-ups and organizes that fix-up. So that's a chunk of those funds. And then we have supplies and amortization.
So this is, you're saying fix-ups and stuff.
Yes.
So I think you interpreted, Councillor Rowe, that you were managing a property, like, you know, Strata would have a property manager.
Correct.
But this sounds more like it's a maintenance function?
Correct.
Okay.
Yep.
So it could be maintenance of, I don't know, Rockwood or the current
No,
Public
it's
Works
just
building?
how,
or-
this is where we expense the employee and some of the general materials and supplies.
Or,
So we have one employee in charge of property maintenance. Doesn't mean he does all the work. He tries to do all the work. But this is where his salaries.
But this is across all our buildings?
Correct. Yep.
Oh, okay.
Yep. So we used to have this fellow just budgeted in public works, but he doesn't do public works. I mean, he's associated with the department, but he actually does building. He's in charge of the buildings. So we've moved down recently, meaning the last 3 years, we've moved him from public works into building maintenance. Yeah.
Yeah, I'm only reacting that means, for example, earlier I said we're spending a certain amount on maintaining, providing Rockwood and Seaside and so on.
Yep.
If this person is actually doing work on those buildings,
Yes.
then our contribution to the community is that much higher.
Yes, absolutely.
Right.
Yep.
Okay, thanks, I think. Council?
So wharves. So once again, we'll have a report coming through to council in one of the next two meetings about the Porpoise Bay Wharf.
We only spend $4,000 on Davis Bay. So, I mean, I'm impressed if that's all it costs us.
Well, I mean, at times it'll be more. This is one of these expenses that we don't.
It's a good year.
You know, we do have a little bit of money in reserve, but once again, if we had to replace piling, we'd have to tax for it within that project year or take it out of the capital reserve.
Okay, now, if it's being done on an operating basis, it should be through here, of course.
Yep, absolutely.
Yeah. Councillor Toth?
Thank you. Looking at the sale of goods and services within here, I'm assuming that this is almost exclusively moorage.
Yes.
I'm seeing it being projected to go down, which is interesting to me, and also begs the question of when was the last time we looked at our moorage rates to see if they were comparable with other amenities in the area.
Yeah, it's been a while. It's on our radar to bring that forward. The item that might be going down in there is, this is not only the moorage, but it's also parking. And we did see a decline last year, Bernardo parking. So that's probably the decline portion. But yeah, the revenues need to be looked at on the dock.
Thank you, Director Douglas. Go to page 181 and call it a day.
So the next section here would be Division RCMP. And as I provided at the last meeting, we are provided a budget from the RCMP, and we do our calculations at 70%, because that's our portion, which works its way into this budget. We have very little control on these numbers from a year-to-year perspective, but from a political perspective, there's meetings, probably, I know we hold quarterly meetings with the RCMP, and I think provincially there's at least one, if not two meetings a year with the RCMP. And that's where you would get your most, voice, is at those provincial meetings, higher level meetings. Right, but we virtually have no control over this budget.
Do you have any sense of how much of this is of their total budget?
Not sure. This is 70% of their operating budget.
Yes.
For us.
Our portion represents 70% of what we in theory get.
Yes.
Right.
Yep.
But there's we have no visibility, I guess, on how much they are actually spending, I say over there or Gibson's.
Yeah, no, I don't. Yeah, when it gets to us, it's more directed towards our unit here.
Right.
So some of these costs, we actually pay 100% of. So we have municipal staff over there, and we also have provincial staff. And then you have the RCMP staff. And there's teams that we pay a portion of. It's less than the 70%, but so there's an IHIT team and other dog team and other teams that we contribute to as well. But the main RCMP contract is at 70%. Our employees, we pay 100%. And then the teams, we just pay a portion of.
Right, yes, and that's somewhere I've seen that.
It's divided amongst all the RCMP, not just.
And as you say, it's not a large amount for any of those specialized teams, but okay, thanks. Councillor Tough.
Thank you. And just to clarify, because we do have the municipal employees there, they're accounted for specifically under salaries, wages, and benefits, whereas the contract services is the actual RCMP bill itself, is my understanding.
That's correct. Through the chair.
Anybody? You're all okay? We'll keep moving. 76.
Solid waste is the next one. Once again, this is our service, but we contract that out. We went out to tender a number of years ago, and we started this service. So we have an enhanced service that started a year ago, December, and we're in a 5-year contract for this outward. So we've just completed year 1 of 5 years.
You say, are the fees fixed, prescribed for the next 5 years?
No, just this year so far.
And then
no, the fees are prescribed, but they're with a 3% escalation.
So that is prescribed?
Yes.
Yeah. Okay. So
the other thing that goes up, through the chair, is if we add residences, right? So
sure.
For every residence that comes on as a new build, then we get another, full charge. Yeah.
Councillor Shepherd.
But if we decided to, through the chair, if we decided to do modify service, it would modify the total costs.
I would think that goes to what's in the contract.
Yeah, I believe we left it open so that we had that control to modify our service,
Thanks.
upward or downward.
Good, thank you. That's very helpful. Okay, I'll pick up. This is a really good example of our taxation decisions, because the proposal, if you look at this page on our budget, net operating costs of $180,000. We have a choice. We can fund that with extra taxation, or we can fund it with reserves. And at the moment, staff is recommending we use reserves. So it's not right or wrong. I'm just not to decide today, but I'm just highlighting that implicit in this is, I think it's a $27 increase, but to cover our costs fully would be about twice that per year. So that'll be our decision later.
So prior to me coming here, we had built up a solid waste reserve. It's in the reserve sheet we reviewed earlier. It sits at about $450,000. And when we went into the enhanced service, we decided we would slowly move the charges to 100% to residences and over 3 years versus in the first year. So kind of the plan was to go up $27 a year until we're at 100%, basically. And the reserve would fund the difference as we go forward.
Right. And I'm just highlighting that's still a decision that ultimately rests with us.
And that can be up for discussion.
Yeah. And last year you had something similar, roughly 200,000. No. Yes, 200,000, which you're not taking at this point? Is that the plan for this year?
Through the year end, we'll refine that number.
Right.
But the intent was to bring over 198, I believe.
Right,
And
but we're doing so well.
And then a further sum this year. Yep.
To be continued.
Yes.
Great. Okay.
The reserve was originally larger than 350.
Yes.
Yeah.
No, and look, there's nothing wrong with that.
Yep.
But it's just a healthy conversation to be aware that we don't want the public to think we can, oh, it's just $27. It's not, it's more, but we're just able to mitigate it over 2 years instead of all at once.
So I just wanted to comment to the revenues if I could. So the sale of services is really our fees for pickup. And the line underneath, the licenses, permits, and fees, I believe we are involved in the Recycle BC program where they fund us money each year for recycle. And so that, I believe the 183 is the money we get from Recycle BC.
Great. Thanks. I think.
Okay.
Wonderful. So.
Okay.
Now we move to a whole new business, right?
Yes. Okay, so starting on page 77 of the agenda, we're now looking at the sanitary sewer operating fund. And once again, this is a different operating fund and has its own set of revenues and expenses and needs to balance to zero by itself, right? We don't fund sewer from general, and typically we don't fund general from sewer or send sewer to general. So it's, they're independent.
Councillor Toth.
Thank you. And just for clarity, though, that's not necessarily a legislative requirement so much as it is a policy decision for the organization. Is that correct?
I would say it's both, yes.
Okay.
Yep. It's a service, so we're providing a utility of sewer, and so it needs to be under its own set of bylaws and run as its own entity. Okay, so on page 79, we just have a little summary here, talking really about the same things that we did prior. We've increased the hydro, natural gas, any internet fees, and contractual fees or contractual agreements into this budget already. The budget is, in this budget, we've had really limited increases overall. Training, $7,500, insurance, $2,800. Investment income went up a little bit, so that's our interest rate going up. So we'll see an extra $25,000 of revenues here. And we've seen an increase to the capital reserve of $75,000. So then the next little segment is just showing, in the simplest forms, revenues and expenses and transfers to reserves, showing a $96,000 deficit. And the last section, there's debt. There's one debt in the sewer right now. That's the WRC, and it'll be paid off by mid-2025. We are adding $300,000 of short-term debt to this year, and that was budgeted last year. The project isn't quite finished yet, but it will be done probably by February. So by February, we'll be taking on $300,000 worth of short-term debt. Page 80. We have non-statutory reserves here. We have sewer surplus, we have reserve for committed expenditures, and we have capital reserve. Capital reserve fairly low at $30,000. That's the one that I'll likely bring a bylaw through to make that a statutory reserve. Below that, this was the other reason we went to a version 2, is we added a little bit of information on the DCCs. But we only swapped out 2 or 3 pages out of this whole document to make version 2. So DCCs for sewer fund, you can see we've collected $46,000 this year, and we're budgeting to spend $222,000. So this DCC fund is actually fairly healthy, you know, overall. But once again, is it sustainable? That's the question, really. You know, that's why we need to redo that DCC bylaw. Any questions there?
Okay, I'll jump in. Little thing, first of all, can we in these documents eliminate the pennies?
Yes.
I took a look at it first glance and went, oh, that's a huge, there's 2 extra digits in there.
Not a problem.
I thought you'd probably not have a problem with that. I guess it's worth pointing out to council, and obviously I have some history with this, but there are really 3 businesses in this division. There's septage, septage handling up at Upper Dusty. There's treatment, and then there's all the pipes in the ground. And we need to really watch, because I don't think any one of them should be subsidizing another, for example. The other is the big issue is the outfall. I think you'd agree that the outfall into the ocean is a real conundrum. We really have to be aware that's could be a huge number if we had to extend that and improve it. And so there's some juggernauts to be aware of in this particular segment. So, riveting stuff. And it has a great meeting room, doesn't it, Councillor Rowe? Anything, Council? On these parts of the debts, is the debt at a fixed rate of interest?
Pardon me?
Is the debt, the Water Resource Center debt, is that at fixed rate?
Yes.
Yeah.
Yep. The short-term one will not be, but the long-term one is.
Yeah, cool.
So I'm moving to page 82.
82 or 81?
81. So the previous council wanted us to report to them on sewage separate from septage, because they're 2 really different businesses. One is, we have ponds that are needing their own kind of maintenance versus the treatment plant, which is, servicing the entire, or portions of the district. Where the septage is servicing the regional district, a large portion of the district of Seashelt, and very, very few homes from Gibsons. So once again, the budget includes all the increases to, whether it's hydro or contractual or insurance. Other little increases, contractual increases, $7,500, hydro, $2,000, and decrease to the transfer of reserve of $8,400. The biggest problem we have here is the revenues. It's not we call it a arm of a business that we're running, but when it's really not as sustainable when you look at the cost of infrastructure up there. The amount of revenues we've gone to is greater than we had 3 years ago, but it's still not, in a realm that I would say is sustainable. We've had some hauler problems. We've been trying to deal through that. One of the haulers have just sold his business to another fellow, and it looks like he's, happy to be here, and he's trying to grow his business a bit. So, but it has its own problems. We have a lease there till 2031 that we can apply to extend. Whether we'll get it or not, we don't know. If we don't get it, that means we have to move it somewhere else or talk to another level of government to share in the costs or to be party to this, or, there's options. And so over this term, we'll probably need to talk about some of those options as to where we're going to go, what we're going to look at. So, right now, a small amount goes to the reserve. So if we go to the next page, page 82, we have $326,000 in the reserve. Just to dig the sludge out of the pond and get rid of it is more than that. So that means we have, very little money in a reserve to do any major repairs or big fix-ups or anything like that. So if we go to the next page, 83.
Sorry. Yes, Director, Councillor Toth.
Thank you. It's not a question so much as a comment for us to be considering as we're going through and going forward with the septage stuff. On page 82, the summary does contemplate, the option of something like a parcel tax for septage, which I'm not in favor of. It should be user fees, because we can levy parcel taxes on residents in Sechelt, but we can't levy them on residents of Half Moon Bay or Pender Harbor. And to try and separate fees paid by District of Sechelt residents versus fees paid outside of the District of Sechelt, I think would be a problem for both us and the haulers. So just, it is something that we're going to have to, at some point, have a good conversation on, because...
That's the important distinction. It's a coast-wide service that we're providing. Yeah, Councillor Shepherd, please.
To that point, is the revenues are unsustainable because they've been accelerating so quickly, or they're unsustainable because they're not sufficient to pay for the entire project
Or could I add a third one? In the real world, you would worry that there's competition, that somebody else has it and is charging less. So with that comment, I turn it over. Do you have any sense of?
Yeah, so the revenues used to be, let's say, just under $200,000, just under $300,000. And so the fees, we put the fees up substantially. We doubled the fees. And, some of the haulers found ways around that increase. So we didn't see the doubling of our revenues. So the revenues end up landing at about $430, which it's been consistent at that. But yeah, the facility itself isn't sustainable at that level of revenues. And, if the comment in here about, some kind of a parcel tax, I totally understand what Councillor Toth is saying about, other jurisdictions wouldn't be paying that. But, our options are a little bit limited without, negotiating with another level of government as to, how we can work this through. Because, $435 is not, the whole business part of it isn't sustainable. I mean, if you had to move because you couldn't release the land, you're looking at probably $4 to $6 million or more to rebuild something like that, you know, and get $435,000 worth of revenues. It's not worth it. It's not worth it. You know, the last council was very adamant that septage stands on its own. Like, why should, you know, residences paying user fees, why should their money go towards septage? Our money's going to the treatment plant. You know, why should it then go to septage, right? Sorry to interrupt you.
No, I think and I'd even be worried about that in law. But, you know, we're charging for a service and we're using that for a different service. I don't like where that would go. Mr. Dillon.
Yes, through the chair. We're in the process of awarding a consultant contract to look at all this stuff. We received 2 proposals before the end of the year, and we're evaluating them to see which one's better and move forward. And part of looking at the whole septage thing is the economics around septage is included in the scope of work for that, and there should be some presentations and reports coming to council to guide, you know, what we should do to ultimately make this a more sustainable venture. And I think everything's on the table in terms of what Director Douglas has discussed. So that is on the agenda for our team in 2023. Thank you.
Great, thanks. Thanks. Councillor Bell?
No, I actually, through the chair, great, because that was one of the comments I was going to make. This is a high-risk area. I mean, both in terms of the sustainability, but in terms of the future. So I think it's really great to hear that we're looking at doing something proactively now, so that we can get it on the table and start working at some sort of, some plans in this area, rather than be caught. I mean, who knows what's going to happen if we don't get that land? We don't know, but we sure can't be, we hope we do, but we have to be thinking about these things now.
Absolutely.
Thank you.
Absolutely.
Good to hear.
The curious thing is that, you know, the number of septic fields has not gone down on the coast, but we're getting fewer deliveries from the truckers. I think, you know, forget about dollars for a minute, but I think what we're hearing is we're getting fewer trucks coming to Upper Dusty with their product. So where is it going is the question. And I've got 2 hands over there, so you guys can fight over who goes first.
Through the chair, I'm going to maybe bring up the same point, but I think it was mentioned earlier, we increased the rates. And functionally, one of the things we saw happening at the Dusty Road facility is some of the haulers chose to de-water their loads. So they're bringing up very thick loads, almost a consistency of concrete. I was anecdotally told by the manager of wastewater, which is very hard on our equipment. And we've been trying to police that and make sure that that's not happening. But, you know, that's one of the workarounds that some of these haulers have tried to do.
Right. We help. Director Douglas.
Yeah, and one of the other haulers is trying to maintain his own facility to dump it. Yeah.
Nowhere in Sechelt, I add.
No.
Because he's got some regulations if he's doing that, and I know nothing about what he's doing, but that's regulated very strictly by the province. So if he's doing it, so be it. But that's the competition I was alluding to, right? And whether it's legitimate or not, it's potentially a contributor. Anything on this side? Councillor Rowe, Councillor McLaughlin? Okay. All right. The next page then. So you got the overview, Mr. Douglas, on page 83. Anything you want to highlight?
Sorry, just let me catch up to you.
Yep.
So the overview, 83 you said? Yep. So this includes believe this includes septic as well as the sewer. Yes, it does. So when we report out, it's consolidated. It's all contained within the one operating fund. But council has asked and previously to have them separated for the point of discussion, right? And so that's what we did do. However, when it comes to putting the budget together for sewer, it's consolidated. The two are together. That's really all I wanted to say there.
I mean, it's so different businesses. I really support separating them even at this stage. I know it's some work, apologies, but, you know, the decisions we're making of do we stay in the business or don't we? You know, the costs of doing so are very different than sewer. So I'd really encourage you to give it to us separate.
Yeah. So then after that, we have a couple pie charts. So just basically, first one's on sales. So in the sewer fund, most of the fees come through parcel tax and user fees, and then small amount from septage.
Does everybody understand parcel tax? Please don't be shy.
So I can.
It's a tax on a parcel, yes.
Yep. Yep. So anybody who
no, it's important. I should.
Who is has access to the treatment plant pays a parcel tax and a user fee. And so if you have a pipe running across the front of your property, you can hook in, and so then you pay the parcel tax as well. So for areas like, let's say, Davis Bay, who have no access to a pipe, they only pay when they have their septage removed from a hauler. They don't pay any other fees for sewer.
The logic of that is that if you are near sewer and you choose not to be on it, you still pay because you have the option. If you're in, dare say, Tawanek, you don't. There's no logic to you paying a parcel tax.
No. Then the next pie chart on page 80.
Sorry, just before, if I missed something, could you explain in the budget, we've got for page 83, we've got 109,000 for the Water Resource Center. This seems.
So this year we've we added the Water Resource Center as its own expense area. It's usually been included in the sewer treatment, but you know, really, the building itself needs to be pulled out like a municipal facility, and it has its own set of expenses apart from treatment. Meaning, you know, we have to do some work on the cladding, envelope issues. So, you know, we've this year was the first year that we pulled it apart from the treatment and put it in its own area.
Is that answering my question?
Yes.
Because my reference is to, we budgeted 109,000 for next year, 2023.
2023, yes. So what we did is we did reduce some of the treatment expenses, right?
In the budget.
Yes.
I see.
And only those that are related to the building itself. And then we budgeted some of those costs over into the Water Resource Center by itself.
So it's really about the facility. The description is not WRC, it's facility maintenance or something.
Correct.
Okay.
Yep. Where, you know, all the chemicals and things for treatment are under treatment. Anything we need to do with the building itself as a standalone is under the Water Resource Center.
Okay. Okay.
Any mechanical stuff is under treatment,
Sure.
right? Just
So this is,
clear division.
yeah.
Yeah.
Okay, great. Counselor Toth?
Thank you.
Yeah.
In looking at that, I'm actually wondering if we would be better off, rather than it just being the WRC structural, if we do have a separate section, because we've got lift stations that have structural components to them that aren't related to the actual pumps and telemetry equipment inside. So I wonder if this is something that'd be better off as, building maintenance. Like
Yeah,
to be called that and would
I agree.
encapsulate the
Oh, no,
other
I
items.
think the
Yeah.
label has to change,
Yeah.
Yeah, you're saying, do we add the buildings that are at the lift stations under buildings
Well,
and deal with them separate than the mechanical inside the building?
in this case, I think it's one of those things, if we're doing the WRC,
Yeah.
or if we're going to have a section for structures,
Yeah.
then we should be including the building up at Dusty Road and the actual lift station structures, if we do work on them. Like
Yeah.
it sort of feels like a bit of a half measure to only pull the
I
one
take your
building
point.
out, so.
Yeah. I'd be more inclined to separate the treatment, I said earlier, from the collection pipe system. And then septage, again, which we're already sort of separating.
Yeah.
Again, it's all about making decisions. It's, if we're replacing maintenance holes, that's a very different thing than replacing filters right.
Okay.
By the way, I think we lost Counselor Inkster. Did he give anybody a note that he was leaving? No. Okay.
Okay, so what page are we on now? Just to clarify. I was up at 85, I think, but we just left 82, so. 85? 85, so this is just a pie chart again, just based on expenses. And so you can see the biggest expense we have in sewer is the treatment section. And followed by administration, and then Dusty Road collection.
Okay, great.
Okay. Onto a totally new area. No more numbers for half an hour, how's that? Or 5 minutes, whatever you get. So annually, the district is, as part of its kind of budget deliberations, or, we sit down with the community associations and we get a list from them of what is a concern to them in their areas. If they're operational in nature and engineering and public works can deal with the items within operations, they do that. If they don't, we provide the lists here. So if council wants to pull something out that's important to the community at large, then we provide their lists here. There are 2 more lists that need to be added. They came in late. So essentially, Director Dillon and myself sat down with most of these organizations, and they came in and we had probably an hour meeting with most of them. And they went through their list with us, and some provided great detail, nice pictures, and, easy to identify for engineering, to decide whether they wanted to do maintenance or whether we need to ask council for, more funding than what we would have in our maintenance budget. So out of all the associations, I think there was 3 that never got back to us, or 4, and I think it was 3. And they submitted information just recently in the last month. And so we'll be putting a version 3 out of this, and it'll include their submissions as well.
We've received from all three?
2 of the 3, yeah.
Okay. That would be East Porpoise Bay and Tawanik?
I'm not sure if, I can tell you which 2 they are, but I don't have them.
Oh, it's not in yet? Yeah, I do, yeah, okay. The one that I would imagine is West Porpoise Bay is not.
Yeah, I think that's one of them. Yeah.
They submitted?
Just hang on, Aurora, do you know which 2 we have?
No.
She's got them ready to be going into the next version, so I'll get you the answer in 2 minutes.
Yeah, that's fine.
However,
By the
the
way,
rest
I'm
of them,
asking if there's any, because if one is still outlying, if there's
Yep.
any way we should be reaching out, I mean, whether Councillor Shepherd knows somebody.
right.
At
Well, we
the
reached
missing
out
one.
in September to
Mhm.
meet with them,
Right,
and out of those, only,
understood, yeah.
a few came in, and then one phone said, hey, how come we haven't got our request to come in yet? And so we said, oh, we sent them out in September, but we'll meet with you, so come on in. So we got a 4th one, and then 2 or 3 didn't submit, so.
Village? Yeah, that's good thinking.
But we do this annually, and it's actually, it's a good, usually a lot of good conversation back and forth. And we try to limit the meetings to an hour. So I'm not going to go through these in great detail. I don't know if you had any comments, just to some of the maintenance items.
Through the chair, I think my overall observation of these community requests is about 80% of them, I would say, fall in the realm of operations. So what we did is we took that and we converted them into service requests in City Works, and I check up with during staff meetings every 2 weeks to see how we're making in terms of progress. And last year compared to this year, some of the organizations were reporting less issues, like up in the Shora area. I think their list this year was about half of what it was the year prior. So we have a decent system in place to deal with those concerns. And then some of the ones that weren't operational were actually things, along Highway 101 where we have to get some kind of a team up with MOTI on that. And those are a little bit more complicated outside our hands, but most of it we can deal with through service requests. Thanks.
Great, thanks. Okay, so Council, how do you want to proceed with what we've got? I think everybody's read it, but Councillor Toth.
Sure, I'll take a stab at a couple questions here. I'm just looking at the Tillicum Bay one first, because it's the first one on the list here. There was a request to sort of identify the right-of-way boundaries as part of the creation of a footpath. So they're not looking for us to create the footpath. They're looking for the survey. And I'm wondering if that's something that we've got the ability to do in-house, like between our engineering technicians or what have you. If that's something that we can do so that maybe next year we do talk about some sort of a partnership with them to actually open the pathway. That'd be sort of my first one.
Anything else on Tillicum Bay?
Yeah, the separated pedestrian crossing over Grey Creek. I recognize it would be a very detailed thing to have, a number put to, but I am curious to know if staff have just an 10,000 foot view concept of what either adding or building a pedestrian component across the creek might actually cost.
That's what you call a Category F estimate?
No, the F would be for failure. No, we don't want that. Through the chair. Again, refresh me. First part of the question was
the survey of the right of way.
Yes.
Is that something we can do?
We have the capability to do construction survey in-house, but if this requires some sort of a statutory right of way or land acquisition, we need a Canadian land surveyor to do that, to do the legal survey. So we cannot do that in-house. Second part was the addition of a footbridge to Great Creek. I'm not totally familiar with, there's a bridge there right now, correct? Yeah, so I think we'd have to cost that out, and the approaches I've seen is sometimes you can cantilever a deck onto an existing bridge, but you have to do a lot of structural analysis to see if that's feasible. Order of magnitude, sure, class F, G maybe even. I would say at least $500,000 or more, probably.
Great. Thank you. Councillor Shepherd.
Just a question in terms of process. So obviously not all the requests are going to be approved. Maybe it's one out of each. But does the town formally go back to the associations and say, I mean, being very direct, say, look, we can't afford a cantilevered walkway over the bridge, instead of no response, and that's my...
Yeah. If only we had somebody who was our representative on the community associations who could convey that message.
I was thinking of someone from staff.
Yes, very good. I mean, I want to commend them, the community groups. The effort they put into this is not trivial at all. So at a minimum, we have to go back both ways, I would say, not putting you on the spot, but we need to go back. But I think the first step, I'd turn it back to you folks.
Yeah, through the chair, to answer that question, last year I did follow up with all the community associations and said, like, this is what we've done. And some of them were proactive, and they came back to us and said, hey, what about that sidewalk we requested? And, I had to give them an answer that said, we have to prioritize our spending, and or some of the things they asked were actually, 3 or 4 years out in our 5-year capital plan anyways. So that was the explanation in that case. So we do make an effort to follow up with them. It's just we like to do it when we have all the work done. It's better to tell them all the things are done than to say we're going to get to them. So I'm just waiting for progress from my staff, and then I'll reach out to them. Thank you.
Great. Yeah. Okay. Good. Okay. Councillor Rowe has one comment.
Always announce it like it's a big deal. Through the chair, it would be helpful, I think, for me anyways, if when this comes back in version 3, would it be possible for staff to indicate if it is an operational thing that, we can sort of mentally take that one off the thinking list.
Right.
Right?
Well, no, I think that's a really good point.
Yeah.
For both, is it an operating item or is it a capital item? And therefore, how does it fit into our resources? Yep. Very good, one thing. Anybody else? Because I started with Telecom Bay, but I guess we'll broaden it. Any thoughts or ideas? I must admit, there's so much in here from that it was hard to kind of get a sense of. They all make sense, but so is going to the moon. But I'm not.
Yeah, I think staff have a hard time saying no to the project because we're not the decision makers. Meaning, we would look to council for direction on some of these items, so we can then go back to them and say no. Like they've been asking for a dock at Davis Bay for year after year after year, and that's one that staff don't think will ever happen again because of the water course that's there is very unpredictable. However, it's not for us to kill a community association's dream, if you know what I mean. If we as a group do that, that's fine. Like we can go back to the community association and say, no, I don't think this is going to happen. But right, I think we would need direction to council that this one's not going to happen ever, and go back to them. We don't mind delivering the message, but I don't think I would go and say, oh no, that dock's never going to happen. Like that wouldn't be fair.
Right.
For me to say that.
But to be fair to my fellow councillors and me, you can't ask us to decide without some technical support. So I'm gonna push back a little bit and say maybe we could take all of these summaries that are, comprehensive and distill them into a list of the projects, allocate them between operations and capital and, timelines. If there's something that impacts, we can't do this until we do that. And then we can discuss it,
No, and you're right. You wouldn't make that decision without some, communication with senior staff and priorities and all that kind of stuff, right?
Yep. But it is good to hear that staff will deliver the bad news. That's not.
Yeah, well, in having reviewed the document, like I made a whole bunch of notes on the community association ones, well, what about this? What about that? And to hear that some of them have been operationalized through tickets or what have you is great. Page 99 in the Sandy Hook one, for example, they ask for geotechnical and architectural support for building a shelter in one of the parks there. And, whole ton of notes on it. And then when I get down into the requests, that's one that has actually come forward from our staff, that they've brought that forward as a request. So, yeah, I'd love to hear more detail at the next round about sort of, which ones are operational. Like the Sandy Hook Community Association wants to do a boat cleanup at the ramp at the beach there. Seems fairly straightforward, operationally speaking. But, just some comments generally.
Yep.
Thank you.
So if we get a summary that we can action, okay. Council, did you have comments? No? No, but
Chair?
yes?
Yes, no, yeah. What time is it? I'm getting into the no, yes thing. Just to comment to the chair, overall, I think this is one of the best opportunities we have for community engagement. And we always talk about how do we make that happen. And so I think this is a tremendous opportunity, and I just want to take the time to acknowledge the community associations for putting the time into this, because there is some really good work here. And it is more eyes and ears, as much as it's more work at some time, it's more eyes and ears as to what is happening and what's needed in these communities. So thank you for that, and thank you to the staff. I know it's, again, more work for you, and if there's a possibility of doing a summary, then that would be appreciated. And I'll volunteer Adam at this point that if you don't have the time to contact all the community associations, he will, as well as I will. Sure. So I will agree to help with that. So, okay?
Great, thank you. Okay, I had a curious one. I see the SDBA's requests are in here. Is there, yes, they relate to a geographic area, but nothing wrong with that, but it's sort of curious.
They've been included as well as.
Have they?
Yep.
And so, tradition.
Yep.
No, they're thoughtful.
Yep. So in the last 2 years, councillors were invited to participate if they wished. We happen to be doing them by Zoom at that point, just because of during the COVID period. This year we didn't include council, just because we were going from a transition, through the election. So if any of this council wants to be invited to those meetings for next year, just let us know, and we'll just put the invite out, and then you can show if you have time or whatever. It's
Okay. Anything else on all of the community associations, please? Do you want to?
Thank you. I actually just wanted to comment on that, because that invite arose because from the time the community associations submitted their requests to the time that we were actually talking about them, there was some concern about lost in translation or, lost along the way, if you will. So if we do attend those, it's not really to participate. We're there to listen, to hear what the association's concerns are, so that when we're at this point, we have more of that background.
Well said. Okay, then I guess that we're finished with the community association request for now. I don't want to rush through this. Was there anything that jumped out at people, or on great idea or terrible idea? Does that matter? Okay. We'll move on to page, what is it? It would be, wouldn't it? Look at that, 113.
113.
New operating requests.
Additional operating requests.
Oh, I'm just reading.
They're new operating requests. We've put a different acronym to them, AORs, which is additional operating requests, but
It'd be
new or additional, either way. So a little bit of definition here. So these are requests of management that, or managers, that they would like to see enhancing the service level. Okay, so what we've been through so far is same level of service, just basic increases and decreases due to, what's going on right now, the costs of hydro and things. But these are new items. They could be one time only, or they could be ongoing. So somebody like a staff member would be ongoing, versus if we were doing a study, that would be one time only. So when we go through this, just make sure you're aware of which ones are going to be ongoing and which ones are just kind of one time only. Okay.
Mm-hmm.
That's
okay. And again, today is about information. You're not looking for us to say great idea or nix on that.
Well, if you think there's one there that is going to be an absolute no, then you can make the recommendation to council, up to you guys. But we're not looking for a decision today.
Okay.
This is, like you said, information. There's a business case in the package for each one of these items. Okay. So each staff member is gonna talk about their item, and they'll be referring to the business case that's associated with it. Any comments or questions to that?
No, I don't think this is a meeting where we should be getting into sort of some catastrophic, oversight that, you can't possibly build that. It's against the law.
Right.
I can't see how we would be ready to nix or confirm anything completely. Yeah.
So that's our expectation.
Right.
Yeah.
Great.
Okay.
Councillor Bell has a...
Sorry, one question through the chair. I was just wondering if you could clarify the categories, just before we start. Just in terms of, do you have sort of an index as to how those are? I know there's numbers, there's strategic. Are they divided into strategic how is that?
So there's really no category.
Okay.
They stand individually alone.
Mm-hmm.
You know what I mean? So we'll have the managers talk to them, and then so you can ask them the questions because it's their thought or their idea to the need for it and all that kind of stuff. And just so you have enough information to make a decision at some point.
Okay.
Yeah.
Great. Thank you.
Councillor Toth. I'm just trying to find Councillor Inkster as well.
Thank you. Just based on what I'm seeing here on this page 114, it was mentioned at one point that any staff numbers were the full year amount, and that as we moved through it, through the process, they would get refined to be prorated based on a possible hiring date. I'm just looking for clarification right off the top, Director of Administration. That seems like an awfully good deal for a full year salary. So I just...
Okay, well, let's listen to the scenarios and then ask a question. Because you'll find that's an existing position that may be just elevated. All right, so, you ready? I think you're up first. So we have, the first two are human resources related, or human, people. And personnel, sorry. It's not necessarily human resources, but they're personnel related. And so we have a presentation on all the personnel related ones. So we'll do all of those personnel ones together. Just because one person's gonna talk to most of it, right?
One person, one human person?
One human person. Sorry for the confusion. So I'm gonna stop sharing. I
yes.
think I've spoken too much today. Okay?
I wanna,
Four,
yeah.
isn't it?
Hmm.
Hang on a second.
Oops. Yeah, are we, I should have thought of this, are we in need of a quick bathroom break or there?
Oh, it just says.
Sorry, you're saying
No,
yes?
it says starting at 10. Doesn't have an end date.
Your microphone's on.
Okay.
There.
Okay, so it's up to you. Do you want a bathroom break?
I'm
or-
looking in the room. Pam wants a bathroom break. All right, we'll take 5. Yeah.
Okay.
Stretch our legs a little bit. See if we can.
We're done. Mm-hmm. Are you talking about the first two, or are you gonna let Lindsay start?
I didn't know I was speaking to them.
Okay. So,
I didn't know what we were doing.
no, well, this is the additional operating request. She's gonna do the personnel ones or the people app?
Yes, but I think she doesn't want to talk about the director of administration.
Correct.
ones, right? So.
Yes. I told her to just describe it. Don't think of it as you and your employees, just as people, like,
Yeah.
you know what I mean?
Yeah. I'm just wondering, why are we going into any great detail on this? We had it on anything else that we've done here. Why are we gonna sit here and have 5 people talking all this?
So that was the plan.
Sounded like an unhuman person. Okay, and okay, I think maybe they sat in budget too long. Okay, I guess, so, council, we've got some, as I mentioned, we've got the various requests or suggestions, and the idea is that we scroll through them, and I think any of us can jump in and say, explain this or don't understand. That work? Okay, page 116. Page 117.
Can I go?
Oh, yes.
Can I talk?
Did you put your hand up?
Yeah, well, and I turned my microphone on.
Please go right ahead.
Through the
Councillor
chair,
Rowe.
to Ms. Roberts, maybe could you just speak to $11,175 for the Human Resources Advisor? And I guess it's the same thing for the position Councillor Toth brought up. Is that an expansion of a current position, or what's the FTE involved in those on-sale savings or on-sale salaries?
Okay, I believe Mr. Yates wants to answer that question.
Oh, I'm sorry. What you're saying is everyone's looking at my...
I'll mute your camera. I'll mute your microphone now, Councillor Rowe.
Coming soon, a by-election. Okay, this is why I don't talk.
All right. Hard act to follow, but...
Yes, yes, it is. Yeah, to answer your question simply, yes, it's the elevation of two different positions. People are already doing, probably 80 or 90% of the job now. And so for this small amount of money, we can get them up into the position that they should be, and it's part of the reorganization that we started a number of years ago.
So it's essentially an FTE bump for people that are already doing these positions?
Not an FTE bump.
It's a small amount.
Agreed.
Yeah.
We're not increasing the number of
I see. Okay.
FTEs. We're elevating the...
Got you. Okay. Thank you.
Right.
Okay, we'll go on to page 118. Oh, sorry, 117. Don't be shy, okay? I'm going to move fairly quickly unless somebody speaks up. 118. How much of this, for me, on this one, how much of this do you anticipate, Mr. Allen, doing internally?
Pardon me, I trust this is the OCP update you're referring to?
It is.
Yes,
Yeah.
okay. A significant amount internally, but there is, frankly, a mountain of work to be done, be it an engagement plan, be it policy drafting, being a review of our hazardous areas, our density downtown, so forth. So in and around the 50-50 range.
So within the budgeting, are we going to then be allocating our internal resources? Like if on the OCP study, if it was going to cost $250,000 and there's a like amount of staff time, the budget's really $500,000. Please. Yeah.
Okay, so we would classify that as the people who are going to do the work are already budgeted for in planning, and they'll do other work as well as this work. So, we're not hiring a new person to do this work. They'll be divvied up amongst the department.
I just think it's helpful if we can, to a degree, start recognizing where, in this case, where your staff time is going. It's not all going to handling current planning projects. It's doing a one-off but multi-year project. So, I think it's helpful for us and the public and everybody to internally to realize, hey, this is a big deal. This is not just a $200,000 project, but it is a 400 or a million or whatever the number. I realize it's a bit artificial, because we don't do 6-minute timesheets, but, so, food for thought, that's all.
Sure, yeah, fair point. We would have one staff lead, our senior policy planner, for example. It would take up a significant amount of my time.
Mm-hmm.
Our development planners would be contributing, particularly when it comes to policy for building and height and massing and density in the downtown area. But there are certain things that would be outside our area of expertise if we wanted to revisit the hazard areas or the impacts of
No, I
climate
understand,
change.
yeah.
Mhm.
But,
You bet.
I just want us and primarily your team to be recognized that they're putting a lot of effort into this project. We're not just farming it out to somebody and waiting for the magic answers to come back.
Right, particularly on a project like this,
Mhm.
yeah.
Mhm.
Mhm. Thank you.
Councillor Toth.
No, quite not.
That finger, I know that finger points at the button, at your mouse, and there. Councillor McLaughlin, please.
Yes, through the chair, thank you. I was just noticing in administration's recent little PowerPoint there that there was a position that was for a long-range planner in 2022, not 2023, maybe 2024. And I'm just wondering if maybe possibility of bringing that type of position forward this year, you could have them focus on the OCP and some of these things, since obviously it's out there in terms of an area of interest. Thank you.
Okay,
If I may, Your Worship?
you may, please.
Thank you. Yes, that turned into our senior policy planner who joined us in March of 2022 and helped tremendously in getting the zoning bylaw over the finish line. And he's Mr. Samuel Hogg, who does work 3 days a week from his home in Vancouver. And he's done a tremendous amount of legwork already on building a project plan for the official community plan review. And we are looking forward to presenting that to council in the coming weeks, this month or next, at a committee of the whole as to here's our scoping exercise, what we believe are our items to review. And so his role in that is underway presently. Thank you.
Okay. Does that answer your question, Councillor?
Yes, from that perspective, it's not necessarily what I would have liked to have seen, but that's what we have, so thank you.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Bell,
Yeah,
please.
to the chair. So quickly, same kind of thing, based on, and I'm just going back to think about we did a lot of reduction in contract services. And I'm wondering if there is an opportunity here, or if you find there is going to be more of a need for assistance with this big project. Is there room in this budget for that?
I think that's.
Just want to flag it, just flagging.
That's the point of this.
Yeah.
The proposal for $50,000 is to enable that to happen this year.
Yeah.
What isn't, we don't have clarity at that page, is how much are we going to spend in future years. But I think we have that in a separate document.
Okay. So we're comfortable with this at this point then, with this number? Because I know
I
it's a
don't know
big
if we're
project.
comfortable, but I'm pretty sure some of the staff are since they wrote it.
Okay.
Director Allen.
Thank you. This year is a top-up suggestion for an annual allotment of funds that we've had available for consulting services. And I'm comfortable for it for the year of 2023. And I'll be back here this time next year or a little bit earlier describing the progress we've made and what we need to bring the project over the finish line. So this is a budget proposal to help us get started, but not necessarily complete the entire project. As we know, it's going to take more than the calendar year of 2023 to complete.
Excellent. Thank you. Great.
Thanks. Page 119. And given we're talking about $5,500, you'd be amazed that I actually do have a question. Why is this coming to us? So it's a generic or general term, but something like this, you have budgets, you have like envelopes. Hang on, sorry. 119. So I'm just curious what makes this different. Why would this one come to us as opposed to you just proceeding with it under the envelope that you have of different, small amounts? It's not a big deal. I'm just wondering what distinguishes this from another project you might not bring to us.
So two things. one, I don't think we have the money in our budget to do this, is one thing. And two, it's a pilot program that, you know, we want council to buy into the program.
Mm-hmm.
Because it's essentially working with a school, Capital University, to, you know, assist us in some of, and assist the students as well.
All right, so it's less of a financial point and more of the other issues, the other aspects.
Yeah, kind of a both thing here.
Right.
Yeah.
Okay, great. Page 1. Mm-hmm.
So just reading to the chair that this is, this request is the second year of a 2-year pilot program. So there has been 1 year already in this program so far? Or is this just a new program?
Yeah.
You know?
No, that's very.
I know it's not a lot of money, but I think that there's also tremendous impact here if, it's not a lot of money for us if there's a lot of impact in terms of what we get from this assistance. So I was just curious if we'd had any work so far done on it and if there was any feedback.
Yeah, I would say I don't think we embarked on year 1.
Okay.
I think it was still up for conversation.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
Councillor Shepherd.
Sorry
to keep adding time to this, but what is the actual skill that is being developed in the pilot program? Is it engineering? Is it planning? Is it financial services?
I actually can answer some of that. It is about teaching civic governance and government to college level students. So it's not about a planning, you know, like a business or an urban planning program. It's more about operating around this table and with our staff. Oh, what's the CAP program? Your microphone, by the way. Yeah, that I don't know.
We'll provide additional information on this one.
Yeah, okay, well, all right, let's yeah, we can just skip all the big ones. Page 120, this is about new bylaw enforcement officer. And this would be primarily for the short-term rental. Although it's unrealistic to have somebody just work weekends, is it? Would this involve anyways, yeah.
Okay. Thank you, Your Worship. Let's say that the short-term rental perhaps is the tipping point. It's been a discussion for some period of time now, the workload and the increase in issues that our 2 present bylaw officers have had to deal with in the last 2 to 3 years, you know, with a variety of issues. But we could work on a schedule with 3 bylaw officers that allow 2 of them to rotate through. So there's always 2 folks working, which could include Saturday and Sunday. But they're not to be confused as police officers. They're not to be at short-term rental party houses at 11 p.m. at night, breaking up parties and so forth. But it does allow for further investigation. The present bylaw officers do come back Monday morning to work and find a bevy of complaints related to things beyond short-term rental, parking and all kinds of issues, obviously camping and so forth. So there's a number of issues, and this was to be partly funded by increased revenues from business license applications through short-term rentals as well.
Mm-hmm. Councillor Shepherd.
Just 2 points related to that position. I think you're saying, or I think planning is saying that person that's being hired for really to focus on short-term rentals can be used to focus on other problems at other times of the year.
And other times of the week, perhaps, or even on Saturdays, I suppose, yeah.
I think I will leave it at that. Thank you. Forgot.
Okay. No, but I think your point, I think I know where you're going, that this $83,000 application or proposal is not strictly for short-term rentals. There'll be other benefits, other efficiencies and service levels.
Sorry, Chair. My other question was, I'd really like to hear from the bylaw officers where they what is eating up their time? Is it problems in the downtown area, or is 60% of the time? Just a fuller understanding of what eats up their.
Okay, I think that's a good point, and I think maybe in a soon-to-come meeting, committee of the whole, maybe you could arrange that too. Okay, anything else on 120? $82,999 and not a penny more. Okay, 121. Who needs a ballistic vest? Apparently a little expensive. Okay. No comments. We'll move on. Wasn't quite fast.
Sorry.
Go ahead.
Didn't get on fast enough. Both this one and sort of the next one, the computer and the mount in the vehicle, it's flagged as being taxation. I'm wondering if we've got flexibility here to look at other sources of funding for some of these. Like, I know this is only $13,000, but maybe we can fund this through the Public Safety Reserve or, you know, crime programming or something of that effect. So just as we go through this list, I've got a lot of notes about a lot of these items that are listed for taxation.
Right.
Wondering about alternative sources of funding for them.
100% agree. Yeah. Councillor Rowe, another question.
I guess my question is this just for one, if we're gonna have two bylaw officers potentially on at a time? Would we want to look at having two, or is this for more than one?
Thank you. I do believe this is for two, and I think that would be, we can confirm, and that would be wise. I think our expectation is with this type of equipment is necessary, then lone worker is hazardous as well.
Okay, if I missed one or? No, 122. IT stuff. I have a comment. Why do they need laptops when cell phones seem to work pretty well? So just a comment. 123. This is, right, so more, new software for short-term rentals. Okay. 124. So, conceptual parks planning. Councillor Toth.
Thank you. In reading through the scope and the rationale, I think I understand this position as sort of doing this particular item as essentially looking at a proposal that's being given to us and laying out an example of what a park might look like within that land to ensure that it is viable for creating a park. But I'd love some clarity on that. Thank you.
Thanks. Yep, please.
Thank you. Yes, Councillor Toth, that is correct. This particular situation arose at the Hume subdivision on Havies Road, and the proposal for the park dedication at the northeast corner. Our parks and planning staff went out and eyeballed it and attempted to determine if it was flat enough for a pickleball court and whether or not parking could potentially go there. But really noting that we don't have the tools and that level of analysis and expertise to design the park and determine if it will be an asset in terms of, I mean, all parks are assets, but in terms of a benefit, I should say, to the community, and avoid the risk of accepting park dedication that we realize later is not as useful as we would have hoped it would to be. Thank you.
Yeah.
So just to sort of follow up on that then, is that not something that we could incorporate into requirements from our developers? If you're looking at providing us this particular piece of land for putting a park in, show us what you think that park looks like.
I certainly, yes, we can, they can, but I think there's an integration. Just before you respond, the other side of that is, do we have too many parks? know, parks are wonderful assets, except they're also a burden because we got to maintain them. So with that, you got both sides of that now, Mr. Allen. Anything to add? Carefully.
Sure. Yeah. To address your point, Your Worship, it's a balance between the long term and the short term, and accepting that park land, even for the future, can be valuable. Though it is frustrating, certainly for residents, when land is accepted in their new subdivision and not constructed or improved or built upon. In this particular example that I cited, a zoning compliant subdivision, there's the option of giving land or giving 5% of the appraised value of the land in money, and sometimes that's valuable. I do know an area like that property is right on the boundary, the border of Selma Park, Davis Bay. There's parks down by Davis Bay Elementary and so forth, but there really are no parks up on that, and as you blend it into Selma Park. So it is an area that's park deficient, if you will, as compared to other neighborhoods within the district, and so that factored in. But generally speaking, we are wanting to ensure that we do accept quality land. If it's a rezoning application and there's a increased in density and development potential, then we could then ask a little more freely, perhaps, for the developer to engage in a park concept plan. Thank you.
Good. Thank you. Councillor McLaughlin, please.
Yes, through the chair. I was just wondering as well if there's any, if you could tell us a little bit about the park dedication and the school dedication, how they might work together, and if you do any planning, long-term planning and site planning with the school district to try and do some, you know, possible design for future neighborhood plans. Thanks.
Sure. We have not gotten into school acquisition sites. I do speak fairly regularly with Nick Westwick, the Secretary-Treasurer of School District 46, and he notes that the school district supports higher density development in and around schools, in particular Kinnickinnick, West Sechelt, and our downtown Sechelt Learning Center at this time. They're supportive of the recent development applications that have come through. If we were to talk about the larger property west of Wakefield Road, that's this hypothetical, theoretical development potential, they would have concern about that and the impacts on the school boundaries, and that might be an example of where a school site acquisition could be acquired. But that's really more, at this time, quite hypothetical and not an imminent development application. But we do our best to work closely with SD 46 on these types of scenarios. Thank you.
Thanks. Thank you. Great. Okay. Anything else on 124? We're not moving quite quick enough, are we, Mr.? So we'll go to 125, which is, right. Oh yes, the application portal. Anything? I'll go to 126. Oh.
It's me again.
Yes, please.
Thank you. Here I'll lump in 127 with it as well, because my question pertains to both of them, because to me, the engineering technologist as described and the design review consultants as described look like an either or type situation, or transition from one to the other. Like, I don't see this as being approval of both. Just looking for some clarity on that.
Right.
Thanks.
Good. Well said.
Okay, through the chair, they're slightly different. So the consultant would just look at all the layout of the subdivision, all the planning, all the design that comes in. The engineering technologist would do some of that, but would actually do more of the inspection work out in the field. And these requests were done in anticipation of several large developments like Havies and some of the other ones we've heard of in trying to get ahead of that. And the workload, the manager of development engineering right now has to do that in addition to wastewater and a really big portfolio. So this was meant to supplement that her role. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you, Councillor Toth. You took us through 126 and 127. We'll go to 128. So this is was interested this was marked in development services as opposed to sewer. On page 128, I'm not sure, Mr. Dillon?
Yeah, again, through your chair, some of it's for sanitary and some's for stormwater. So, if it's related to new development, it might make sense to put it there, but something we can look at again to see if that could be split up.
There's no question we need the gauges. Okay. Please.
Chair, do we have, with this particular one, do we have anyone that we're sharing the costs with? I'm just thinking in terms of this, is the nation paying into this at this point in time?
No.
Okay.
No, it's
Is
our.
there any opportunity for that?
Well,
I'll just put it out there.
Well, they pay a fee for the use to provide volume to us for
Right.
treatment. So
Okay.
we would, just like we
So
won't
that's
charge
not
them
in
for an
here.
extra membrane or some chemicals. We charge them a lump sum
Okay.
for what they're using.
Okay, thank you.
By the way, correct me if I ever say anything wrong. Great, thanks for that, though. Okay, $300,000 to update the DCC bylaw. Anybody want to comment? Go for it, please.
Thank you. It's not so much a question as it is a comment that this is looking to be funded 100% from taxation. But really, we're talking about something that is project planning for growth. And when I look at this, I wonder if there's any ability to split this, part of it from taxation, part of it from development fees that we're holding in reserve, or what have you. Because, you know, to sum it up, if we just didn't have more development, we wouldn't need to do the DCC bylaw update. I just, you know, at a really high level. Yeah, so just like I said, it sort of follows through with my theme of what do we actually need to charge
Where do we fund it
taxation
from?
Yeah.
Yes, please.
Yeah, through the chair. So that question came up when I went through DCC bylaw rewrites in Vernon. Exact same question. It's a complicated question. The short answer is it's not recommended in that best practice guide to use DCCs for a DCC bylaw rewrite. That's the short answer. If you want more information, I could try and dig that up for you and send it your way, but that's the short answer.
Yes. Yes, for me. I'm sorry, but I don't understand why the best practice is to charge the general taxpayers for something that is potentially for the benefit of future developments.
And if
maybe it's best practice, but I'd sure like to understand why.
And if I may, there's a difference between whether we're trying to charge it from DCCs or whether we've got, you know, $200,000 in surplus permit revenue that we might be able to use some of that to offset this cost. Okay. So, yeah, that's all.
I think one of the things with DCCs, though, is to use DCCs, it has to be in the DCC bylaw. And unless we have a project in there that's listed DCC bylaw rewrite, I don't think we could spend DCCs on that.
Yes, we'll move on for now, but yes. Okay. 130. Facilities, $3,000. Shall we move on for now? 131 is Seaside. Yes, please.
I'm actually going to do you one better. I'm going to group 131 through 137 together because they're all small amounts for facilities.
Yeah.
I'm wondering if, I mean, we've got an amount left over in Rockwood, so, you know, some small amount left over in the Rockwood Reserve. But I'm wondering if this is something that would be better off, you know, $7,000 or $8,000 a year to the facilities budget for these small capital items, rather than, you know, bringing forward a request for some chairs or some blinds, things like that.
Okay.
So,
yeah. Okay, well, Councillor Rowe,
Through the chair, one other, just if there's, just to the staff, is there any of these projects that there's any risk at this point that need to be done because of any risk problem?
Through the worship, there's no imminent risk here. They're just routine maintenance issues. You could see we had our Christmas party in Seaside, and those stairs looked great during the Christmas party, but before then they were falling apart and not very visually appealing. So this is just, asset management. And to the comment of Councillor Toth, we could definitely look at lumping these together within the building facility maintenance capital project.
Thank you.
okay, then you said that takes us to 130, all right, you got one more question.
Thank you. Looking at page 135, Writers Festival demossing. I'm just looking for clarity on what building this is, because I know that we own the ticket kiosk there and we lease it to them for a nominal fee.
Right.
But they also own the pavilion that sits on our land. So, yeah, I'm just looking for some clarity.
Director Douglas.
Yes, it's the building down the lower end. Yeah. We own the building, they lease it.
Wow. 3,000 for demossing that. Okay, so your general, and then we can go to, Mission Point, we've talked about that as a small item. Brochures, my only comment was, do we really need to print? Word emphasis on print, new brochures. So, pass back to staff. I was intrigued with 138, which is about hiring overnight security patrols. Not so much, because it ties into what Councillor Rowe and I are focused on with safety and whether we would want to pile on and try this as well. Of course, yeah.
I'm just curious, so $1,000 a week, essentially, are we looking at from 11 at night till 7 in the morning, and how many passes, and are there any details attached to that?
Yes, through the chair, I think this is a rough estimate on periodic nighttime inspection, especially during summer months. What we've had is some members of the community smash our toilets and sinks and things like that. So the idea is just to have a presence there, and that should dissuade some people. But as it stands now, they know nobody's going to be there at night. So at least if we have periodic, they're going to have to think twice about what they do.
Councillor Toth.
Thank you. Given that we are only talking about a 10-week pilot here, is this, do staff have an intended period in mind? Are we talking about the first 10 weeks of the year, let's get it over with, see if it works? Or are we talking about during the summer months when traffic's high? Yeah.
Through the chair, that would be an operational decision by the manager of parks, who sees most of the damage. I would think the summer period would be the best use of this, but that's really based on what he's historically seen as a pattern to vandalism.
Councillor Shepherd, thanks.
I'd be interested, Chair, whether any other municipalities, because I'm sure everyone experienced the same problem, have tried out a pilot program like this, just to see if it's effective at all. Thanks.
I'd like to see if Councillor Rowe would like to respond.
Through the chair. So Community Services has been doing this for about, for a year, because it came to CIP and they were already doing it at that time. And their feedback, because I asked them about this when I met with them with regard to the task force, is that there has been some benefit. People, they've had to change up the patrol times because they, put it on their spreadsheet, and so they know that the patrol's gonna be around 0200, so they're behaving themselves at 0200, but not 0300. So they've had to shift some of the, times, but it has made a difference, but, so Carrie Rumba at Community Services is looking after that, program. They're essentially doing the same thing as what we're looking at here.
Great, thanks. Okay, 139, which is only $200,000 for the asset management software, as long as it's grant funded. No, that's the basis of this, so go ahead.
My question is this a grant that we currently have then? This is a done deal?
No.
This grant, do we?
No.
Okay, so if we don't get this grant, would we proceed with this project? Would we keep it in the budget?
Through the chair, not if we don't get additional funding.
Okay.
Yep.
Thank you.
The page 140 brings up the question of what can we use the BC Safe Restart program for in general. So is there any, I know we talked about that a few hours ago, but is there any other kind of sense you can give us of how far is the opening to drive a bus through, as it were, to use the COVID funding?
I can only kind of go on what I've got so far, which is like related, opening related type things.
Startup things.
Yeah, but, you know, other communities have phoned the province to ask questions, and they're not interested in evaluating. They just said, if you can squeeze it into this box, then you're good to go. But they will do an at-end evaluation. They expect the final report.
Sure, but in the end, they say, sorry, but those widgets you bought don't qualify?
Correct.
We're exposed to them trying to claw it back?
Correct. Or put it back and spend on something else.
Well, that's clawing it back, because if we haven't got the money, if we've spent it.
Well, clawing it back into our reserve to they may not come and grab it and take it back to the province.
Right.
They may just say, that wouldn't qualify, you need to
find it elsewhere.
Yes, and then you have money for something else.
Right, but sooner or later, okay, let's not go.
Yes.
But that's very significant, because I didn't realize that part, because, lovely to contemplate, hey, we could spend $700,000 on something under the COVID restart, but if 2 years down the road, I suppose, we might be told, no, you got to find the money somewhere else. Ooh, okay. It's not quite. Councillor Toth.
Thank you. Recognizing that we are making an attempt to purchase this software package using the COVID Safe Restart funds, there was a mention in here, I think, of a licensing fee, or if not, is there a licensing fee? And do we have any expectations on what that amount might be?
And sorry, that one is that the tangible capital asset one, or the other one?
Yes, still on 140.
Yeah, there would be an annual fee for that.
Sorry, no, it's the next.
Sorry, budgeting software, there would be an annual fee for that as well, yes. So the ongoing would, I think, is about 14 grand, is about half of that. Mm-hmm. We'll give you a definite number on that.
And since we've gone backwards, it reminds me, would we be using the same software as Gibson's and the SCRD?
I'm not aware of Gibson's having a software, and I'm not sure which one SCRD has.
Okay, just seems.
Yeah, we've done a little bit of scoping out, but it would go to our RFP process, and we would pick the best one for us.
Understood, but to me, it makes sense to try and standardize across the governments, if only for resilience.
Yeah.
Okay. We'll go to 141. This is mandatory. So, pretty much. Okay, we'll move on. 142. 142. So, and this is the standard 3%, or standard of late, the last several years. Okay? Is it enough, Council? He asked rhetorically for now. No, we'll come back to it, but don't take it as a given. 143. Yes, Councillor Toth, you ready for calling me on your Microsoft Teams phone?
That's right. The question I have, it mentions in here some savings relating to maintenance of hardware and systems and things like that by moving to the soft phones. But it does give us the annual fees, but it doesn't really quantify what the savings might be. Are we talking about an actual financial savings here that are going to offset that fee? Or are we talking about just a labor savings that, yeah?
Somebody's eager to answer, so. Director Douglas.
So our phone system is quite a number of years old now. I don't really know how long. It probably has another 2 to 3 years of useful life, and then you'd have to put in a whole new system. I don't know what that would be for us, but it would probably be anywhere from 50 to 250,000 for a new phone system. So you wouldn't have to put that out every 5 years or 7 years. So that's the financial savings, is the new phone systems.
I think I'm right. It would then, the phone, as it were, would be your computer on your desk.
Correct. You would answer all your phone calls through Teams or through...
Which would be on this.
Yeah. Or your cell phone.
Okay. I won't get into the debate of Apple versus Microsoft or Samsung versus Galaxy, Pixel. Okay, 144, $33,000 a year, by the way, for cloud backup. Okay, for now. Again, this is about questions, so a lot. And 145.
Could I just add a little information to that one? I'm just a couple of years ago, or a year ago, the previous council asked, what would it take to get us up and running if we had a catastrophic, whatever. A
bad event.
A huge event. And so right now, like, our backup is over at the WRC.
Right.
And if it were in the cloud, we could be up immediately from home, versus right now it could be weeks, depending what the event would be. Yeah.
Yes, and my question, we should be off coast, we should be cloud, or we should, for all the important reasons. It's just $33,000 a year. To me, seems a heck of a lot, but. So, okay, 145. Oh, this is all the new equipment for making us more attractive on Zoom meetings. Councillor Bell.
Yes, so my only question is just a clarification. If we did go approve this, then we would need to budget for annual service fees of $18,900 per year going forward.
Yeah. Decorum.
Yes.
Yep. Okay, anything? So here's the next one on 146. Councillor McLaughlin goes a bit to your earlier question about the school district and developing a sports field strategy. Anybody got any questions on this at this point? Okay, we'll go to page 147. Councillor Toth.
Thank you. I know that, 2022 had, I think it was $30,000 approved for crack sealing. So I'm wondering if this is making that permanent, or if this is a lift to $60,000 a year in crack sealing? Just, yeah, a little more.
I hope we spent it last year sealing the cracks, but, no, or, yes, last year.
Through your worship, I think what happened last year is there was a pavement rehab line item. And so the money was taken out of that. So this is to set a fund aside for crack sealing on its own. We have locked in for the next 3 years, or we have locked in pricing for the next 3 years through an RFP. So this would be year one of something that's permanent and a unique line item within the budget for crack sealing.
Okay. That take us to 148. That's the supplement. Okay, 149. Oops. Mr. Douglas, if we don't ask questions, you probably don't want to volunteer. So one, I know he does. Do you want to volunteer? No?
No, I'm good, thank you.
Okay.
You guys are on a roll.
Yeah, that's what we're trying. Okay, we've got a series, I believe, of RCMP items. Councillor Toth, save us. I mean,
Yeah, I'll just jump us straight ahead to page 151. Looking at the sit-stand desks. Given that this is funded out of the Public Safety Reserve and is a one-time cost, I'm wondering if there's any benefit to putting out a procurement for 7 all at once instead of 3 this year and 4 next year. Seems strange to split it up if it's a procurement and if it's fully funded out of reserves anyways.
interesting.
Yeah, our experience with what we've done upstairs so far is the price is not higher or lower buying 3 or 7 or 5 or. It's when we're putting up the walls, like the walls are a little bit different that way, but the units themselves have been the same price.
But I think I'll speak in support of Councillor Toth that if we're going to do it, if the perception is we're waiting for the money, with the money sitting in a reserve.
Yeah, we can do an evaluation after we look at capital because we have the roofs on the Justice Building coming out of that same reserve.
Right. Yeah. No, that's hence the if we have the money in the reserve. Okay. Does that cover? Oh, that was just about that one. Any other comments on the RCMP stuff for today? Any concerns from staff about any of these? It's an awkward question, I realize.
No, we sat down with the RCMP about the additional requests, and they took about a month to work through the most prioritized items for them for what they're looking for.
Councillor McLaughlin, please, to me.
Yes, to the chair. I'm just wondering how many RCMP staff there are, how many men, how many women, if you can probably.
Well, there's 12 FTEs, right? 12. And I believe it's 4 and 6 women and men. I think I'm right. I couldn't tell you. It's either 4 and 6 or 3 and 7.
Thanks.
Okay, so we'll go to the appraisal company to appraise our, appraise our assets. And is it part of a 3-year program?
Yes, our insurer's been asking for this for a number of years, and we've been putting them off, but they're getting a little more demanding that we get on this, so that's why it's here.
Okay. Fire away.
Thank you. So, looking at this is $20,000 a year for the next 3 years. Looking at the last one was 11 years ago. We've put it off. Is this something that we should basically be expecting to spend $20,000 a year on for the rest of time? Or is this something that we can do over a 3-year period every 10 years?
Okay, I'll take a run at that, actually, and then you can correct me. We should be putting money aside, whether we do it every year or every 10 years, we should be putting enough money aside so when it needs to be done, we can afford it.
Yeah, the insurance provider recommends that we do it every 3 years, so we would be doing it every 3 years.
Okay, so.
Not every 10 years.
So then, Councillor Toth's point is right. We're doing it 1, 2, 3 years by the time they finish the third week.
Yeah.
Insurance. Okay. Solid waste on page 154. So, do you want to buy $200 bins for 270 new?
This, to the chair, is just a quick clarification. So it says in the scope, the district has had many requests for bear-proof garbage bins. And then in the rationale, many homeowners have been requesting bear-proof bins for the organic waste. Which is it?
Through the chair, the description is, should be changed to, bear-proof, food waste bins. That's been the issue, the food waste.
Thank you.
Fascinating. Okay, I just put a place marker in that upstairs in the lunchroom, as most of us know, is a little composter that eliminates the need for organic bins. Page 155. Sewer user fees for the curtains. 156. For magnesium hydroxide, something that I read is much safer than the current sodium hydroxide. Yes, Councillor Toth.
Thank you. I guess, seeing that this is a 2 to 4 week trial, is this something that we could actually give, I'll say early approval to, but is this something that staff could actually action quickly enough to know whether it'd be successful enough that it could be incorporated into the budget as a permanent change? Or is this 2 to 4 weeks and then spend, 2 to 4 months evaluating the results? Just a thought.
Yep, it's a good thought. Any insight, Director Dillon?
Yes, through the chair. That's a very specific question. I think I would refer that to the manager of wastewater. First thought is probably it needs a longer period of time to study, but I will come back with additional info. Thank you.
Yeah, there's a lot of, strikes me as reading this, there's a lot of benefits that if it works, we'd want to get on with it. Yeah. Okay, 157. An environmental impact study. Another study. Whoops.
Thank you. This one's listed in on page 157 in the rationale. It's listed as a possible thing that might need to be done. But if we don't have to do certain parts of this outfall work, then we don't need to do it. I'm just wondering if hitting this in user fees all in 1 year is appropriate, beneficial, or if this is something that we should be budgeting $100,000 for this year and $100,000 for next year. And if we don't have to do it, we don't have to budget for that second $100,000. Like, I just trying to spread out the peaks and valleys conversation, right?
Yeah. Okay. And that's where it comes back to my issue. If we got to do it, we got to do it. How do we pay for it is a secondary consideration. So do we have to do it?
Through the chair, so the explanation from the wastewater department is this is a contingency, may or may not be required. I think the philosophy is better to have it and not need it than the reverse. So I think, in the new year, I'd like to come back to council with a committee of the whole presentation on, what's involved with this. It is a quite complicated issue in terms of, the outfall and, what's happening with the filtration. I think in the interest of time today, if I could come back with a presentation later on, that would be great.
Excellent suggestion. Good. And the little one on page 158, I think we'll take that as received. And then do you want to talk, you got a reserve on page 159, Director Douglas, is that enough? He asked, leading the witness. The transfer, the reserve to the septage, transfer to the septage reserve.
Is that enough?
Yeah.
Probably not, no.
Yes.
It's a start.
Yeah. Yeah. Again, for flagging it more than.
Yeah.
And is it new? This is not a, like this is a specific $100,000. We've transferred others because of the surplus from revenue.
Yes.
But this is a.
Having said that, there's probably not enough revenues to support this and other things we have to do.
Right.
You know what I mean? So we're in this zone of not having enough revenues, but needing to move forward with some things, right?
Right.
Because we have to dredge up their gain, you know, and it's.
Oh, I see. Yes.
So the dredging will take most of the reserve, and then we wouldn't have 100 to put in there. So we have to address revenues, you know, at some point.
Good. All right. That brings us to the end for today. Councillor Toth, apparently it doesn't bring us to the end.
Not quite, because you skipped over 158 so quickly. I just had a question about this particular system. It says that portable flow devices have been installed. So is this an expansion of a service that we're offering now, or was the funding envelope for this to put them in temporary or one time? Thanks.
Okay, through the chair. So we bought the smart cover devices. I believe we have 5 deployed. So this would be for the licensing, the support for that, those devices that have been deployed to monitor flows.
So we're not this is not to purchase more, this is to operate them.
Yes, that's correct, yeah.
Good. Clarification. All right, council, any other questions of the hardworking staff? Okay. We'll give the last word to Director Douglas.
I have one answer to a question that was asked earlier. The question was, what are the 2 groups that need to go into the book? And so that's East Porpoise Bay and West Sechelt. We have their submissions now. They need to go into the book.
Oh, right. So, okay. So we're potentially waiting on the village, I guess?
Yeah.
And West Porpoise Bay and Tawanek. Thanks. Okay. Motion to adjourn. Seconded. All in favor? We're adjourned. Thank you, everyone, very much. Thank you, Pam, and thank you, public. Oh, gosh. Promise? What about? Yep. All right. Yeah.
Sorry to interrupt, Your Worship, but during the Q&A session, we should ask all participants to use the microphones so those online can hear the questions.
Okay.